Yo, hello, hello. Hello. We will start in like a few minutes. Right now, the plan is that I have a few. I have a few Kassadin players that I've noted down that are playing Kassadin, and we will just go through every rank. We will just start with Iron. We will just look at some Iron games, and then yeah, we will start there and progress through. Yo. Okay. There's one more thing that I have to do, and we can start in a few minutes. I need to set up something else, but I'm just gonna be here, so if people start joining, then we can start going as well. Okay, okay. All right, cool, cool, cool. Yo, yo, what's up? All right, so we're gonna begin with Iron Elo, okay? So for Iron Elo, wait, I need to get my epic pen as well. And if everything's right, I should be able to write on the screen. Yo, Mason, what's up? So if everything's right, we can do epic pen. And we should be able to draw. Holy. Look at this. Okay, this is technology right now. Cool, cool, cool. So, let's start with Iron Elo. But we should use an Iron picture as well. So this is gonna be the Iron Elo. Okay. How do we climb out of Iron? Well, there's a few things that are very important for Iron, okay? So, first off, if you're a player that's been in Iron for a while, I mean, there's two types of Iron players, right? You can be a complete beginner, and that's completely normal. Like, when you're a starter, you don't really know the rules of the game. You don't really know what the champs do, how damage works, like how resistances work. You don't really know a lot of stuff, right? So when you're in Iron, there's basically the players that are like beginners in Iron, and the players that are like kind of like veteran or long-term Iron players. And these two types of players are very, very different. Now, what we have to know about beginners is that a lot of how you climb out of Iron is just learning the rules. That means basically like a chessboard. You need to learn like how the game works. What are the abilities of champions? Like, what do the items do? How does armor work against physical damage? Magic resist work against magic damage? How do... Like, what does Baron give? Like, why should I take Baron? Where are the camps, you know? Like, when I was a beginner, like complete beginner, right? Like level 10 or something. I was probably like an Iron 4 level player at the time, right? The thing is, at that time, I didn't even know where the blue buff is. Like, I was, we were like playing with friends and be like, yo, can you find me a blue buff? Because we didn't know where it is. It was like really funny. So, when you're a complete Iron player and you're an absolute beginner, you want to first learn the rules of the game. Because you can't really make decisions until you know, like, what's the value of stuff. And that's the second thing, okay? So you want to learn the rules of the game. And you want to learn, like, what are the values that you can get? Like, what's the value of stuff? how much does a dragon worth? How much is Baron worth? What, like, how much is a wave worth? What's the gold XP that I get for it? Like, what's golden XP even? Like, what do you get out of those stuff, right? And the moment you know these stuff, like know what the champions do, know what the game is about, then you can start making decisions that will make you get an advantage. So let's say you know what your abilities do, and you know what your enemy does. Then you can actually like just like trade, for example. Trading is a very good example that in Iron Elo, you need to learn how to trade as well. And there's a few fundamental things you need to learn as an Iron player. And I don't even want to overcomplicate the Iron like ideology, because it's a I'm trying to listen, but I'm in a trance. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of chill. But yeah, so the thing is, there's basically, this is not only gonna apply to Iron, but this is gonna apply to like Iron, Bronze, and Silver Elo. And the main three things that you need to learn how to do, which is not only gonna apply to beginners, but it will apply to the veteran Iron players as well, is you need to learn how to get resources. You need to learn how to do damage. And you need to know how to win a game. And winning a game could mean like, okay, I just end the Nexus. It could mean that I take Baron. It could take like let's say I go to the side lane. You don't need to have a complete like complex understanding in Iron, but you need to be understanding how the game happens. And what we need in Iron, much more than anything, is just combining this understanding of I know the rules of the game, I know how to like do stuff, and now I get better at fundamentals of the game. I'm gonna delete this screen. If you guys want to like screenshot it or something, you can. And now we're gonna break these down one by one. So resources. As an Iron player, you really want to learn like how to get CS, as in like last hitting is actually a problem in Iron, and you want to learn how to wave clear. And these are your two main tools in Iron. You want to get very good at these things. So this is gonna be wave clear. If you can get good at these two things, the big difference, okay, this is actually the big difference between low elo and high elo, is that in lower elos, the games last really, really long. But the reason they last long is not what people think it is. The games last really, really long because high elo players get the same amount of waves. Like you get the same amount of XP as a high elo player, which makes you incredibly tanky. But you also get a lot of gold when you're in higher elos because everyone has such good farming and everyone is taking very, very good amount of resources. Well, when you go into an Iron game, you will just see like 4 CS per minute, 3 CS per minute. And the thing is, let's say Baron is the same amount of tanky at 25 minutes in a Challenger game and a Bronze game. But in reality, in a Bronze or Iron game, people just don't have the damage to take it. Like, you just don't have items. Your ADC is on one item at like 20 minutes. It's very, very difficult to take these. And because Kassadin doesn't really give you the opportunity to take objectives and doesn't really give you the DPS to have this flexibility to do a lot of stuff, it's actually much harder to translate a lead on Kassadin through like lower elos, if that makes sense. That's why you might feel like when you're smurfing that if you get a lead in like very, very low elos, I mean, of course, you will be able to 1v9 the game just through like team fighting and stuff, but it's much harder to actually take objectives. Like, you will almost never take objectives. Well, let's say when I play in Diamond, I will just always be fed. And because I'm always fed, that almost instantly translates into my team getting Baron, my team getting Drakes, my team getting objectives. And just through me being strong in fights, like just through the team having more gold, objectives are more easy to take. And this is why when you look at Iron games, what you will notice is objectives are really, really, really hard to take. And this is why resource acquisition as a concept will make you so much ahead of the curve in Iron, because people are just really, really bad at farming. So if you learn how to get not even 10 CS per minute, like I don't even care about like trying to aim for the sky, but try to get like a bit closer towards those higher CS numbers. Try to get to that like 6, 7, 8 CS per minute. And that's gonna make you so much stronger, because then suddenly what's gonna happen, especially on Kassadin, you will already get your levels almost automatically, but it's gonna be very rough for you to actually find resources. Like if you're not having enough gold, you're not gonna kill anyone. Your damage is stat check heavy. Like you need items. You need to have the items to actually go through the level 15, whatever, like tank on the enemy team. Because your ADC will have like one Kraken Slayer and that's it. Maybe a second item on their like 4 CS per minute. So this would be the number one thing. The second thing is dealing damage. And dealing damage comes down to, again, two separate things. You need to be able to deal damage in a 1v1, which means you need to learn how to trade. And second off, you need to be able to know like how to deal damage in a fight. Now, on Kassadin, this is actually kinda simple. In a 1v1, you just do your trade patterns, which is you can go ult in, you can ult in for an EQ, you can use your combos like auto W. There's a lot of small things. But in an Iron level, just hitting your ults consistently and just kind of also keeping in mind your enemy, because Kassadin is one of those champs that you actually take damage if you go in, for the most part. It's very hard to not take damage because your ult just goes in, your body is in the fight, right? So actually it's very, very important to actually be mindful when you go in. And in Iron, this is gonna be one of the key things between success and failure, is Kassadin players knowing when the enemy, let's say they have a main cooldown, and this is why in understanding the rules is really important, is once you understand the rules and you know how to actually play against your opponent champion, then you instantly know, okay, they use that ability, now I can go in, now I can go for a trade. And that's gonna snowball the advantage, because in Iron, people are not very mindful with their ability usage. So as long as you're aware of the abilities existing, and them going on cooldown when the enemy uses it, you can then use that as an opening. And that's gonna be the core of your trading. Now, I would rate Kassadin as a, like, let's say, as a 4 out of 10, or like 3 or 4 out of 10, for climbing out of Iron. I think he's not very good because of what we discussed about objective damage. I think he's also quite difficult on mechanics in an Iron level, where people still struggle with last hitting, they still struggle with clearing waves, not even clearing waves, just hitting their abilities. And especially a champion that has to go in and also take damage and do that in a safe way is just really, really difficult for an Iron player. And that's why I think like when you play in Iron, probably it's a better idea to go for something like a Brand, which would then be like a champion that actually does very good amount of damage very easily. You just like spam your abilities into a fight and everyone explodes kind of. It's much easier on wave clear as well, because you don't have to put your body into the wave to clear it, so you can't really get punished on the wave clear. And you also do very, very good objective DPS, which will help you also secure a lot more of those Drakes, Grubs, Barons, and whatever it is, which will also help you call more for those and have more success with actually translating your advantage into a win. Okay, enough talking about this. Let's get into a gameplay. I actually collected a few summoner names from... actually, I should probably show my league client for this one. So what I did is I collected a few summoners that were actually in Iron with like a decent amount of games as a Kassadin one trick. And we're gonna look at some of their games. And we're gonna start with this guy who's a kind of a Kassadin one trick. He plays in Iron 1 right now. And yeah, we will look at both a win game, we will look at a lose game, and then we will look at like stuff that they can change within their games. So let's start with the lose game, because that's when it's very easy to actually understand what's going wrong. So we're gonna start with this game. Now, first off, about Kassadin setups, I will not go super in-depth about setups, but I will still mention that Ignite Flash is not very ideal because we want to get that TP, we want to get that good base before level 6, and we want to get to a very strong level 6. And when we have Ignite, it's actually, if our enemy is competent, it's gonna be very difficult to actually get a good reset. And that's the main thing that makes Ignite not that great. And then with itemization, usually Rod of Ages is completely fine, but then we would follow that up with either a Seraph, or we would follow it up with either like a Seraph into Magi and then a tanky setup with Conqueror or something like that. Or we can also go into a more AP heavy style, but Seraph still is an incredibly good item, which in this game we just don't have. So yeah, let's take a look at this game. Now, if everything goes correctly, then we will also see some in-game client. I hope it shows up. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? Yeah, let's go. Nice. Nice, it shows. It shows. Awesome. So we will not go very super in-depth about this, but we will look at some main points that we already covered about like dealing damage, taking resources, and just having a very simple game plan. Now I'm gonna make the League client itself like a bit less loud. And yeah, so first off, the very simple knowledge at this level is you just need a very good default response. And that's very important. Like, you don't want to have to adapt to everything. And you don't know a lot when you're an Iron level player. You need to have a very good game plan that doesn't take up attention, so you can actually focus on those details that you need to get good at. So that would mean that, let's say, we want to wave on our side. We want to have the wave in a position where we can safely last hit it. That would be one of the main fundamentals for Kassadin. That's something that if we always do that and default to that, then suddenly it doesn't take up any mental energy, and this guy can, for example, play much more safe in this sort of matchup. Because Nunu and Silas is also actually very high threat. So we have to be kinda careful in the pre-6. Now we see some like skirmish already level 1. With some interesting heal usage. But now we just want to reset. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of whatever, we didn't have to use anything. Now we can like still go for a reset here. Yeah, it's completely fine. We're hopefully not getting dived level 1. Yeah, and I mean, the game starts out pretty fine. We didn't lose anything. We can just get back to lane. And now what we need to do is we need to last hit very well. And ideally, we want to use our Q ability to block Silas's main ability, which would be reactive Q usage, but at an Iron level, that's like actually kinda hard to do. So as long as we just don't walk up when Silas has like his dangerous abilities available, then we're completely fine. We just need the wave on our side, we just need to last hit this wave, and just get to a very strong level 6. And that's all we're looking for. We just look to get CS, we just look to farm under tower, get some minions. Pretty good, pretty good. And yeah, just work towards our items. And that's pretty nice. Now, here you can already see that this guy is actually missing some minions already, that are actually like not contested. Which is not necessarily a good thing. And we actually use the Ignite on a full HP target, which is also not very optimal. And this is like also just very poor ability usage, very poor like... well, like not ability usage, but the summoner usage is actually very poor. And we already see like both from him at this point and from the Seraphine that these ability usages are just not very high quality. Because now when Silas actually could use his healing, we don't have anything we can do. And also the flash usage is also very poor because we just don't even understand that we have nothing we can do to this guy. And we end up dying as well. Well, if we fight in the middle of the wave with Ignite, then it could have been a much more favorable position. And now, like, now it gets a bit more scuffed, because, I mean, we got the tier, and it's completely fine, but now it's gonna be a much more difficult lane state, because Sylas can actually snowball very well with kills. So let's see how he actually deals with this situation. We actually end up crashing the wave and getting ganked again. And yeah, I mean, we will get ganked again because we used our flash in a very lazy way into an incredibly high threat mid jungle. Which, yeah, I mean, it will just happen. If you use your abilities poorly, you will get punished for it. Especially from such a high threat mid jungle. Yeah. We get back to lane. And this is the second, like, big mistake. And you can already see, like, where this is going. This gameplay is entirely not aligned with Kassadin. We are not trying to kill people. We are not trying to, like, use our flash aggressively level 4. We are not trying to go for level 4 skirmishes. And you can already see that this guy is not really playing a Kassadin as a Kassadin. He's trying to go for a dragon fight at level 4. When he has a big wave in the mid lane. And this is where, like, this is different from a higher reload player. And possibly even from, like, a bronze silver player, is that we're just at level 4 already trying to roam. To a fight where we have no information, our jungle is not even there, and we're just level 4. And complete unalignment with Kassadin. And that's why, at this point, if you just simplify your, like, your fundamentals, like, just, like, simplify the game plan, try to get your waves, not lose XP, not lose minions, just try to play for a high CS, and just try to, like, optimize that. Keep the wave on your side for as long as possible. And just, like, try to not really trade or get traded when it's kind of dangerous. Like, now we're down 2 levels because of this. Like, now it's actually gonna be kind of rough to actually trade here. But now we can just, like, preserve a bit of HP, get to our level 6. And then possibly we can actually do some stuff. We actually end up clearing the wave. This is pretty good. Like, we can't really follow this roam at the moment. But we can actually take this wave. Very nice. And what you can also see is that we're not really using our ult to wave clear. And this is the second thing, is there's no concept of time. There's no concept of, like, value in time itself. Like, at this point, if we just push that wave quickly, we can actually reset, we can get our items. But instead of that, we actually take a lot of time, not use our ultimate to wave clear, and then just end up walking into the enemy team and just have no sense of threat and no sense of, like, valuing our own life or own HP even, or valuing the flash or valuing the minions. So this is what we talked about at the first, like, 2 minutes of this conversation, is we need to understand the value of stuff. In which case, like, now, that, like, 5 minutes it takes to go around is much easier to take than, like go here, because our life itself has value. And there's just complete misunderstanding here. We just need to be healthy, we just need to get our CS, get to our item spike, and then take fights once we're actually strong. But we're actually just going and giving so many opportunities, and we're not at all playing around Kassadin's identity. We're trying to go for Drake fights at level 4, giving waves, and now the game is just gonna be really rough. And at this point, like, if you're the Kassadin in this type of game, unfortunately you're already kind of out of control. And even though this game goes on for, like, 30 minutes, like, now what's gonna happen is you have much less control than you could have through just playing to your champion strengths. And I'm gonna skim through the game from here. And I want to see, like, the next few deaths of Kassadin. So here we got probably ganked again. So yeah, we got ganked again by the Nunu. It's not really much to talk about here. And then, yeah, I mean, Now let's see what happens here. So again, instead of clearing mid lane, we're trying to clear the crab for some reason. And yeah, at this point, yeah, we just should not be looking to fight at all here. Our main concern should be just to take minions, for the most part here. And at this point, we're like so behind that it's not even possible to do anything. So at this point, we can end this review, because you could win this game very easily through just playing for your resources, playing for your strengths, and playing for Kassadin's identity, which is to not go for too much chaos early, to stay on your wave, keep the wave on your side, eat your minions, and get strong for the level 6 spike. Especially if you play like a poke heavy setup like this guy plays Comet. Then you can especially play for that level 6, put like 2 points into Q, whatever, and just like play for that level 6 spike and play for these small win trades where you can walk up, EQ the Sylas, ult away, do stuff like that. And you will build a slow and consistent advantage. Meanwhile, what actually happens here is he just he just doesn't play Kassadin, he plays Kassadin as it's like a completely different champion. And now we can look at a win game as well, or like a game where he actually goes for a much more advantageous position. Let's say this game is good. We have a 43-minute game. Oh wait, this is actually a bit old because we can't already look at this. Let's go for this one. This one should be fine. We will soon get to the higher ranks, guy. Don't worry about it. We will get to the interesting stuff. Not long. All right, so next up we have this game. I'm gonna skip to the point where the lane actually starts out. We're gonna play into Yasuo, which is a matchup where again we can keep the wave on our side, trying to like defend the bounce. But we are not really gonna poke Yasuo out. Like, he has a lot of sustain with like Doran's Blade, he has the Q, he has the... Like, he has a lot of inbuilt, and he also blocks a lot of our damage with the wind wall. Or like, not the wind wall, but the wind passive, the wind shield. The Way of the Wanderer. Didn't even know that's the name. So yeah, Yasuo, very hard to poke out of lane, and as you can see, like, he's not really taking all that much damage. But we can just look to keep the wave on our side, take some last hits. And as you can see, like, we're not really good at CSing. It's not very effective. And this way we already lose so much CS here. And if we like fast forward a bit to like 5 minutes, one of the first things as Kassadin is you want to get around like at least like 25 to 30 CS by like 5 minutes. It would be very nice to get like at least 25 to 30 CS, even in the harder matchups. And we already have 21 CS, but we're already like trying to roam as well, which again, completely unaligned with Kassadin. And we're also on very low resources. And we also already have burned the flash somewhere. And we also like, I don't even know how we used flash even. We have to look at that. Did we use it level 1? What happened here? I think we just used it at level 1. Just flash out of base. We lost it at level 1. Wait, what even happened here? So Yumi wards the bush, and we flash over. Yeah, okay, now I see what happened. So yeah, we don't really want to be using our flash like that. But again, what you can see, complete misunderstanding of Kassadin's limits. Misunderstanding of Kassadin's game plan. And now we're just stuck in a bad position. where we are low HP, we are low mana, and we can never take a good reset because we also have Ignite. So at this point, like, there's not much you can do. Like, you need to have your jungle help you, like, get out of a lane state like this. But if you had TP, you could just base and reset. So there's also, like that portion of the game. But now, after that happens, like, now we really should aim to get a reset somehow. And never, like, really try to roam here. Like, it's impossible to get a roam out in this kind of state. So we really need to reset here. And this wave would also be a good reset because it's a cannon, so even if Yasuo pushes it, it's very hard to get a reset off of it. And now we should just be using our ult to, like, push this wave out, get out of lane really quickly, get a reset, get to that tier of goddess, blasting wand, whatever we can buy. This buy is actually, like, kind of fine, I don't mind it. And yeah, now we just want to play for those short trades. We want to proc the Yasuo shield. In this matchup, maxing Q is also not a good choice, because Yasuo can both, like, block the shield, and the first spell that he gets hit by is gonna be minimized. Usually what we want to do is actually max E in this matchup, and just, like, proc the shield with the Q, and then use the E for the actual damage and wave clear. So yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. We also move into the Void grubs, which is, like, this is okay, like, moving to, like, secure the grubs, but going for an extra ward and dropping the wave is not okay. We really need to be prioritizing the waves at this point. And we just ult flash the full HP Yasuo as well, which there is no word in which we actually kill here. So this just also doesn't work. And there's also the same thing. Very low understanding of limits, very bad way of, like, dealing damage, and very low understanding of how valuable Ignite, Flash, HP, or just a good reset is. Or just even waves. And this is what makes an Iron player Iron. If I was to coach this player personally, I would tell them to actually try to get, like, focus on your waves a bit more, pay more attention to that. Don't try to go for skirmishes, and just play around your power spikes, which would mean we want to get to that blasting wand. I would teach them how to take trades, like Kassadin specific trading patterns, so that they can start building an advantage in lane without trying to go crazy all-ins and, like, using the flash in such a crazy way. If we did all that, this player would actually have much more success over time, and they would be able to climb out of climb out of iron through playing more towards Kassadin's identity, and then making more use of their power spikes. Because this is also, like, this is a game where he actually popped off. Like, this is a game where he went, like, 8-2 or something. Like, he got a lot of kills here. And, like, that's also through the power of Kassadin scaling, right? The games are gonna last long in this level of play. So you can actually get to those scaling points. But if you do it much more consistently, you get there way faster. And because the games also last so long, if you get there by, like, 20 minutes, there is no way you're gonna lose, right? You're just gonna be so unbelievably fed. And it's not even like he's not doing the right combo. It's just he doesn't know how much damage the combo does. And he's using his flash when the combo doesn't even kill. But the flash is one of the most valuable spells. It's like 5-minute cooldown. It's insanely valuable. So at this point, yeah, these are the things that this player has to change. And if he changes these things, he will actually pop off, like, very, very hard. Now, I want to look at some, like, late game team fights as well, because we haven't looked at any, like, late game fight. But yeah, let's say here. What we see is we go to this fight, we find the kill. Yeah, we use our abilities, we kill this person. We miss some ultimates as well. We hit an ult that's not really hitting our key target that we're trying to hit. So there's also a bit of a mechanical problem where we're just actually missing a lot of abilities. But yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like he's playing in slow motion. And the reason it feels like that is he's not very... It seems that he's not trying to improve at any of these skills in isolation. If if he was to try to actually improve, let's say, at using their ultimate or using their using any of their abilities in a much more mindful way, this would actually be a much more smooth gameplay. And these leads that we can easily create through just playing to Kassadin's identity will also be much better snowballed through these skills. So yeah, enough of Iron. Let's take a look at Bronze tier. So what changes in Bronze? Let's go back into the drawing board. All right. By the way, thank you for the follows, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Do you guys have any questions? Any Iron players in the chat? Any Iron players have any questions? Uploading this one, yeah? Yeah, I will upload this one, yes. I'm not sure if we will get to Challenger today, but at this point we got Iron down in 30 minutes, so if we go with this tempo, we will be done in like 5 hours or something, so that's cool. I think by the time we get to Emerald, there will be a lot more to talk about though, so that's gonna be awesome. So okay, Iron is done. If anyone's Iron and interested about Iron, you can go watch that back. And what we're gonna do now, actually I'm gonna share my screen and just someone ordered this man pancakes, he's not going to make it. I already got tip for Kassadin in Challenger Reload, don't take it, you will get dove 10 times when enemy mid will own map and your team won't even bother playing when they see Kassadin pick. I mean, there's some truth to that one, but there's also stuff you can do. Like, there are Challenger Kassadin players. Like, you can make it to Challenger as Kassadin, but it's yeah. I mean, at the highest ranks, like GM Challenger, it's actually like really difficult. But we're gonna talk about that very soon. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go on League of Graphs. I'm gonna share my screen. And we're gonna look at the highest mastery Kassadin players and just like sort by mastery on EU West, because I cannot really spectate other servers right now. And we're gonna look for a bronze player. Because we looked at Iron, like Iron 1, Iron 2 right now. We can look for a bronze, like mid-bronze or like high bronze player. And that should be a good way to start. And yeah, we're just gonna look. This guy is bronze 2. He has played Kassadin, but he's mainly playing norms, so that's probably not good to look at because he's also, like, his account is not, like, he didn't have a single ranked game that we can actually spectate, so. Wait, actually. But difficult is to keep Charles Kassadin player. Yeah, I mean, Kassadin in Challenger is really difficult, and it's also very meta dependent, so. But we will talk about like how to like succeed in Challenger, because yeah, that's another beast. But right now, let's focus on bronze for now, and then we will progress soon enough. So bronze, this guy is also Victor player. Wait, let me. Actually, I will just do display capture and just like we will just look at it like this. So right now, I'm looking at players from Kassadin EU Western League of Graphs, and I'm trying to find like bronze players. And I'm looking at whether they actively play Kassadin or not. And if their most played is not Kassadin, I'm not gonna look at them. So these guys don't seem to be... I haven't looked at this one yet. Nah, he's playing Tariq as well. And we already looked at this guy, so... Now we go to the second page, and we're just gonna find a bronze player, it's fine. So, yeah, we have this guy. This guy. And the first guy that has like a game in the last few days, and he has 18 games, it's nothing. He's a Galio player now. It's 5 games. Okay. So we go bronze here. We have this guy. Oh no, that's not actually bronze. We have this guy. And this guy. Okay. So he's playing Urgot mainly, so we're not gonna look at him. Okay, we see some Kassadin games here, but it's 78 days ago, so we're not gonna find the replays from that one. Yeah, I already collected Iron players because they were like super rare. I thought like we would see a lot of Bronze players play Kassadin. Okay, this guy plays a lot of Kassadin. Yeah, he does play a lot of Kassadin, it seems. Like he has like over 50 games. That's more compared to like most players we've seen, and he's Bronze 3. We can also look at... This guy is perfect. But he didn't play in 29 days. He has over 100 Kassadin games. Unlucky. I wanna keep looking because that guy is also not a one trick really. So I just want to look at somebody that actually almost exclusively plays Kassadin. Yo, what's up? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, so we're gonna look for Bronze players here. For anyone that's joining now, we're just trying to find a player we can spectate for the VODs. And then once we find someone that actually played Kassadin in the last like 5 days that we can spectate, then we will look at that. He's playing Mordekaiser. Kassadin 4 days ago? Okay. I mean, he's playing a lot of Kassadin. I mean, it seems like he's actually playing Kassadin. He gets his elo on Kassadin and loses it on other terms, so... No, he's actually losing plenty on Kassadin too. 4 days ago? I'm sure we can spectate this. This should be fine. This should work. So... Yeah. This should be... Yeah, he's a Bronze for Kassadin, mainly Kassadin player. This is awesome, nice. So we can look, actually, let's look at this game. This game should be good because he's actually not... Like, he's somewhat fed, but he's still... but we can't look at this. Wait, we have to look at either one of these. So let's look at this one. It's into Jin mid. I'm gonna look at a more traditional one. Maybe let's look at this one. Yeah, this should be good. We can probably look at a lot of stuff from like what they do well and what they can improve at. So I don't know how to play Kassa, but I want to learn. Yeah, you're very much welcome. So we're gonna go back to the drawing board of the Kassadin. So the next thing that we're gonna talk about is how Iron is different from Bronze. So we talked about Iron, we need to get resources, and we need to do damage, and we need to find a way to win the game. And that's still very, very, very much true. And we still want to do that, right? We need to get... I'm just gonna put like Bronze up here. So we still need to get resources. And we still need to do our damage, right? And because of how Iron seemed like, we also need to add something very, very important to the equation, which is we need to play to Kassadin's strengths, okay? We need to play to our champ strengths. Kassadin's strengths. And play away from his weaknesses, right? So, this means... I probably misspelled this, whatever. So this means that we need to get a lot of CS in the early game, get to our item spike, try to do some like 100-0 trades, not really take a lot of damage, get to those, like, get to the side lane basically as strong as possible, and then through the side lane we can create many, many advantages. And the difference between Iron and Bronze is that in Iron you really need to learn the game, as in like what are the rules of the game, like how do you, like as you could see, they use their flash in the worst ways possible. They have no idea about their limits. They don't really know like how to actually trade, like what a good trade looks like, how to replicate any type of lead, or how to actually create an advantage. They basically also miss a lot of their abilities in fights. They have very inconsistent ability usage, and because of all of these things are so inconsistent in Iron, you just can't really talk about anything more complex than just aim your spells onto the enemy champion. Just the mouse accuracy of that is actually challenging. So because of that, we need a very clear game plan, which in Bronze it's even more important because the players get a bit better at like not using their flash or heal at level 1 for no reason. Flashing over a wall and trying to flank someone with a Yumi. You know, like that's a bit extreme. But now, in bronze, what will happen is people will still do weird stuff. But they will do much less weird stuff, and they will hit a bit more abilities. They will be a bit more consistent with their own champion, and actually they will be much more consistent on their champion and hitting their abilities, and actually like there will be some intention behind what they are doing. And this is what actually is very important about bronze, is that if you play bronze in Kassadin in bronze, you will actually encounter a lot more resistance in a way. Like you will be punished a bit more, you will be taking a bit more trades, and if you don't know how to get to your level 6 and how to play to Kassadin strengths, you will really struggle. So if you're an Iron Bronze player, obviously. So let's take a look at the game, because that's probably gonna be the best way of doing this. So this person is a Bronze 4 previous season like Silver Kassadin player, so, and the game is around, it seems it's around like Bronze 3 MMR. So it's like middle of Bronze kind of. What we see again is we still have Electrocute, but this time we still have Ignite, but this time we went for Electrocute setup, which is, I would say, a bit more low-elo friendly, because it kind of plays more with Kassadin's burst identity. So if you want to play the Assassin setup, I believe, in lower elos at least, Electrocute is much more consistent than Comet. Because what you would play Comet for kind of is just like creating those poke advantages, creating those leads through small wins, ulting in for that EQ combo, or just walking up for the EQ using the ult reactively, which in bronze people will not use the ult reactively. That's just not a thing. Like, they even have a hard time aiming the ult at the enemy, not using it reactively. That's not even really in the vocabulary, right? So at this point, what we need to do is get consistent at what Kassadin wants to do, get somewhat good at CSing, get some resources, and actually like hit the one important ultimate on the enemy carries. Because we need to get to that backline, we need to get strong, and we need to reach the enemy carries that we have to kill, right? And that's the main thing we have to focus on right here. So what we will see now is, first off, we should not really be hitting the wave. We still want the wave to be on our side. So hitting the wave like this much already, not really aligned with what Kassadin wants to do. And especially now that we went for the D-Ring setup, which I think is not very good. We should not really be taking damage, right? What we should do is we should minimize our damage taken, play from a range. If we can bait out the Q, that's nice. Or bait out the W and use our Q reactively, that's amazing. And just stay high HP, and as the wave comes closer to you, goes onto your side, that's when you can actually like start taking more CS, reach your level 2, eat minions with W, and just keep using your Q reactively. Because now what's gonna happen is by the time we're under tower, we already took so much damage that Ahri could actually like punish us very severely here. And Ahri actually does very good job on trading. Like, her trade patterns are pretty good. And now we just need to be a bit more chill. We need to be a bit more mindful. There's still some inaccuracies, obviously, because it's still not a very high elo, but you can already see the Ahri is much better at using their abilities than the previous game's Sylas was. But now, like, what you will see a lot as well is there's a lot of mindless ability usage. So let's say here, what should we be playing for? What is our goal in this lane? Well, we still want the wave to be on our side. We want to preserve as much HP as we can. And we want to delay our reset as long as possible. But with Ignite, it's actually gonna be not easy to take a good reset. So we want to kind of play for that, like preserve HP, try to delay the back. Like now we are not gonna back here. So we kind of have to aim the next base at the next cannon minion wave. If we had TP, this would be a complete Like, it would not be super relevant because you could just reset whenever you want with TP. And that's why Kassadin does way better with TP than with Ignite. Yo, Cloud, what's up? And yeah, as you can see, like, now we get a nice little gank. Still, we don't really want to use our flash. We're in a very good position. And that already in bronze, like, you can see, like, the value of flash is much more precisely used. That's one of the first things that change from iron to bronze. And you can already see that we also don't mindlessly hit the wave. The emote usage actually is very high low here. Like, you can see DB happy coming out. It's actually very based, very based. And the last hitting ability on free minions, on minions that are not contested, is significantly better than iron. You can already see, like, this player already does a much better job of hitting the minions that are not contested by the Ahri. Like, he's not gonna miss these minions. While the previous player we watched, who was like Iron 2 or Iron 3, like, he would consistently miss the minions. Even the ones that were completely uncontested. So that's like already a skill set that we have a much better understanding of. But it's still a bit iffy here and there, right? But Ahri already missed a lot of Qs. And now we can actually play for a good reset because Ahri has no way of contesting us anymore. So now what we should do is, if we can bait out one more Ahri ability, the game is over. She can't do anything. But she already does not have enough damage and enough mana to kill us anymore. Especially I think he has like... No, he does not have any type of sustain. But yeah, here what we should do is just make sure that we use our Q reactively to Ahri's last bit of mana, and then just get the crash on the wave. And that's completely like all we really need to do here. Yeah. And Ahri still doesn't have damage to kill us. We got 2 kills here. And very nice, we can actually already like push out the wave. Again, the Be Happy coming out, pretty good, pretty good. And here we can like itemize 2 ways. Obviously, like, if you play this Electrocute setup, you can go for a more early aggression type of setup with the Malignance and spike on 1 items, 2 items. Or you can also go for the raw setup, which would then spike more so like on 2 to 3 items, and then even later like you would get the level up and just play for the level 16. Both setups are completely playable and completely viable. And that's completely up to you, like, which one you prefer. I personally like more the Rod of Ages setup, but then again, it comes down to like what you personally prefer. And both of them are completely viable and playable. But we definitely want to see a tier coming out, and either a Blasting Wand, because we have a very nice amount of gold, or like 2 Amp Tomes or Amp Tome and a Sapphire Crystal. All of these buys are completely fine. We see the tier coming out and we see the Blasting Wand, completely fine. Very, very good base. Yeah, this is amazing. So far, this is wonderful. We're in a very, very good position. And we already see, like, there's a lot more, like, a lot less, like, random chaos where we, like, move out of, like, insanely far away from the mid lane. We don't stay in lane with very low resources. We take the reset that's given to us. We're taking the last hits much more consistently. And we don't do a lot of those, like, crazy skirmishes. And that's a very, very important part of this. We are still not very good at avoiding damage. We're still not very mindful about our level 6 spike and just staying healthy so that we can trade at level 6 as efficiently as possible. But we're much better at certain skills like resource acquisition and also doing damage. And also valuing our abilities like the flash and the ignite and our summoner spells, right? Like, until there was a point where we could actually go for a kill and an all-in, he didn't use his ignite, like, unlike the Iron player who was just like perma spamming it. Like the enemy Seraphine, like level 1 if you remember, like literally he had level 1 on the first Kassadin Q in a 1v1, like it was completely nonsense ability usage. And now we see that in bronze, players are already much more mindful. Like Ahri is hitting her spells much more effectively as well. And this is where we made a bit of a mistake. Or like not even a bit of a mistake, like actually a quite massive mistake. By not staying healthy for the level 6. Because now when we hit level 6 now, one of the main Kassadin fundamentals of trading is you need to be timing your strength for your level 6. So before your level 6, you should not be losing HP, so that when you hit level 6, you can actually use that level 6 strength to either establish a good lane state through strong trading, or get an advantage onto the Ahri, or just overall be strong enough so that you can use your level 6 to actually get out of lane through wave clearing. And now we're so weak that we can't actually ever ult into the wave anymore. It's gonna be very, very rough to do that, because we lost so much HP. So now if Ahri is a good player, she can actually just hold us in lane forever without us having a chance to ever take a reset, without like jungle attention or something, which still will not be easy. But Warwick did a very nice job of like ganking this lane. We got the Ahri ult. Ahri is completely out of mana as well. So now we can actually like play for a bit of a skirmish as well. We have our level 6, Ahri has no mana, so this is not the worst. It still isn't totally aligned with Kassadin's identity though. Ideally what we want to do here is, on a high level, obviously a bronze player will not see this, but what your job is in a game like this is you need to make sure that Ahri does not make any play on the map, and you stay as high CS and gold and XP as possible. So the moment Warwick comes through and gets Ahri's ultimate, and Ahri is low mana, we don't actually have to play for the kill anymore. We can actually play for the waves, and Ahri has to take a bad reset, and that will allow us to actually build a very nice advantage. And when we both come back to lane, we will have the lead through our better trading and our better base, more items and all that stuff. I'm getting tired of talking, that's crazy. Okay, so we can see that, yeah, I mean, we go for this kill, and that's completely fine as well. This happens. The game is in a very, 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 very good state for Kassadin. We are playing a very advantageous matchup, the wave is on our side. We're in a very good position. Now, what I want to look at here is how he uses this advantage to actually get a lead through the lane. What I want to see here is I want to see him ult in for like EQs. I want to see him go for these short trades that punish Ahri's Q usage, especially. So like, now what I'm looking for is also to not use my abilities on the wave anymore. Like, I'm looking to not Q the minions too much anymore. I want to use most of my abilities on trading. And here he does a very good job of doing that. And even though we kind of tunnel vision onto the kill, we actually end up getting out of the fight as well. And yeah, we have the vision, we have the kill. And yeah, I mean, if the Amumu hits him with the, like he was slowed, he could probably not have dodged it if the Amumu aims well. But yeah, I mean, now we're in a very okay position. He probably can ult over this wall, or just walk to his team. Both of them are completely fine. And the enemy lacking damage, they will probably die here. Yeah, and we're in a very good position. But you can already see he's much more aware of not taking too much damage. He's playing back when he's in a very dangerous position. And you can also see that he's not really... Like, he knows his limit much, 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 much better than the Iron player did. And this is what leads to him being a Bronze player instead of an Iron player. But you can also see that he's not really playing to his strengths as much. Like, he's still in lane with a bad lane state for a very, very long time this game. So if the Ahri was a competent player, he could not play the game through just being in lane for such a long time in so punishable positions. And also he got kind of bailed out by the Warwick both times. So it's... both of these things happened, and both of these things can actually lead to you not having the best possible situation. Now what I want to do is I want to like kind of skip ahead and see some of his trading, because what I want to look at again is Ahri using cooldown. I want to see an ult in for an EQ combo. That's mainly what I'm looking for. But when we ult in, we miss the E, we ult in with a very expensive ult, and we are not really like looking for the right type of trades. And this is where, like in Iron, like people don't even get like what, like how to trade. Like they have zero clue, like zero clue on trading. In Bronze, people have an idea of like what their champ can do, but they don't have a blueprint. They don't have a good like default response. Let's just call it a default response. Like, they don't understand the right type of trading. But they understand their champion, like how it works. They just don't have the framework to make it work efficiently. Like, let's say the Ahri using the ult. Like, if I'm Ahri, my reference point as an Ahri is I want to push my lane, I want to go there for the skirmishes, I want to, I mean, early on deny the Kassadin, but later on just kind of get out of the lane phase and try to get an advantage through a secondary win condition, or just like chain CC with the Amumu, or snowball my bot side, or just get some sort of advantage, right? Or I can also play for the level 9 and just like scale up to the point where my Q one-shots the wave and just get out of lane then. But even then I just want to like always be in a controlling position and just like get to a very like strong consistent point of the game. And now like Kassadin completely inted because he doesn't have ult anymore. Now Ahri can do whatever she wants. And this is where it's very obvious that this is a bronze game. It's like both players are trading kind of poorly. Like Kassadin just missed his E. And like now the best trade for Kassadin, he actually probably, I reckon he actually has the option enabled of like clamp the E cast, like clamp the cast with the max range or something. I don't know what it's exactly called, but that actually makes him ult in for the E, and the E will come out like different directions. It's kind of weird. But yeah, that's kind of unlucky because he could actually just change that setting and that would actually help him win much more games. It's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, and Ahri tries to go for the all-in when Kassadin has ult. He uses it reactively very nicely, very nice reaction. And yeah, I mean, this will just make Ahri completely useless for the next 2 minutes. Which is not ideal for Ahri. It's very, very not good for Ahri. And now we have to get out of this lane state as soon as possible, which a Warwick gang can completely facilitate. And now the game is just much easier because we get a very good wave clear. The wave clear you can also see is much more efficient, so it's not the most efficient wave clear, but it's much faster, and it's not just like mindlessly auto-attacking, not really caring about anything. And we still do mostly the right stuff. There's just a lot of missing pieces of like, okay, how do I want to trade, like what do I value? There's not a lot of consistency in it, but there's a lot more like understanding of like what we can actually do. But there's not much replicability in this. So like if you're against a competent player, this will not be replicable, but because your enemy also doesn't really know like Kassadin's limits as well, people know their own champ's limits much better than they know the other champ's limits in this elo as well. As you can see, like Ahri didn't really know about Kassadin's ult reactive usage, or yeah, some of this stuff is definitely true. And yeah, from this point onwards, it's probably just gonna be like Kassadin very strong at this point. It's also very good draft for Kassadin from this perspective. When you're this ahead in this type of comp, you can actually go mercs and be extremely dangerous to most of the enemy champions. So this is a very good Kassadin game from like this type of advantage. And yeah, I mean, we have our Malignance, we can get some very good damage off. And at this point, yeah, he hits every ability, he's not really missing abilities anymore. Especially not on like stun targets. And there's just a lot more mechanical confidence as well. There's still not much replicability because the trading patterns are still very lazy. We could actually have hit all of these minions with ult as well, which would make it push faster. And we should also not really stay on the map with low HP, which I'm guessing he actually gets fed quite often, and most of his losses where he's fed like this will be due to him staying on the map for a longer time with low HP. So what I would tell this player to climb faster, like just based off of this game, is actually start going for those trade patterns that don't lose you much HP or much mana. Play more around like replicable advantages, get those good resets when you can get them. And just overall just play for more of those short 100-0 trades, build your advantage, and you will be much more ahead as well. And you will keep your advantage much better too. But you can already see he's not really going for these very bad fights. He's not really compensating as much. And it's just overall a much, much higher quality gameplay. I want to look at some of his later deaths, because I think that's a very good place to look for, as like how the game can be potentially thrown from such an advantageous position. Because now we're up like 6k gold, right? And he went for Malignance into Roa, which is not optimal, but it's completely fine. And yeah, this is where, again, there's a misunderstanding of Kassadin's identity. We should not be taking this Drake. We should be taking mid-wave, we should be taking towers, we should be taking as much resources as possible, and just play for our power spikes, play for the team fights, and kind of just ping the objective and let our team start to take it. And we should be the cleanup crew, kind of. We should just like kill people. And you also see the ult flash very, very slow. And yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of things we can optimize. So you can also see that even though we're much more accurate with our abilities, like we hit the ults in the fights, we hit the E's in the fights much more often, there's still not much of a consideration of like, okay, what do we have to do? Like, what's our role in this game? Like, there's also a big fall off compared to laning phase. So in the laning phase, a lot of like lower elo players actually have decent CS. And once the mid game comes around, they just start going for like this Drake start. They start going for a bit of an overgrouping type of playstyle. And what you can see as well is by 10 minutes, we have like, okay, 56 CS. Nothing impressive, but nothing like too low as well. Like it's kind of the average of the game. But by like 25 minutes, we still have 5 CS per minute, which is incredibly low. Like we have more, like the 111 Ari has more CS than us. Because we're not really valuing resources at this point. And this is where a lot of lower elo players will actually struggle a lot, is that their consistent income will stop. And if you're this fed like in this game, you could 100% be like level 16 by this point, by just not dropping your waves, just going for the efficient wave clear, going through the wave clear, like push out the side lane, go for the objectives, call for the lane trade. Whenever the bot lane tower falls, this is another big thing, is when the bot lane tower dies, either of them, you should try to go for the side lane and have your side lane go for the mid lane. And once you do that kind of swap, that's when you can actually start like building the advantage. That's when you can progress the game further, because then you can create value through side lane, through pushing out the side lane and potentially going for a flank on the mid lane. You have one of the fastest times between the lanes as Kassadin. Like this is one of your superpower. You can move between lanes incredibly fast. You're very, very good at flanking. You're very, very good at cleaning up fights. And you're also very good at just taking the solo XP on the side lane, away from the objectives, and just getting unbelievably fed for yourself. And in this game, you can see like this was one of those games where the coin flip worked. But if it doesn't work, then you're just extremely behind compared to where you could be through just taking your waves and just taking your resources. So that's another very, very big part of why players stay in this rank for like hundreds of games, like this person. And yeah, I mean, enough said about this one. There's also a very important aspect of games like this when you're super fed, is you cannot afford to die. Like you have to stay alive and you have to value your life very highly. And you have to also kind of make a lot of calls, because your teammates will not know, especially lower ranks like bronze and iron and silver, like players will not know what every champion in the game wants. Like you're the best person at your champion. So you have to kind of communicate it towards your team, like what your champion wants to do. And just having a clear communication, like I'm not saying like they will always exactly do what you tell them, because that's not true, obviously. But if you don't tell them for like 100 games straight, you don't tell them anything, then maybe they will get it right 20% of the time. But if you tell them every single game, like what's your game plan, what you wanna do, like what's your next step, just like pinging a bit more on like, okay, where am I going, what objective am I trying to play for, what's my next power spike, just a few of these communications will make it so that instead of 20% of the time, maybe they will follow your play 50% of the time. like an extra 30%. Maybe they will be aware of it, like, even if it's just 40% of the time, that's like 20 extra games in 100, where your team actually does something that aligns more with what you do than if you don't do it. So it's worth doing it as well. So this is another thing in bronze that you can definitely improve at. So this player, at this point, he's actually playing very well this game. And he actually got a lot of good advantages. The way he can make this more applicable is by going for more trades that align with Kassadin's identity. And this is where we go from just from Kassadin, you know, like just from the limits. Because in Iron, you need to learn the rules, and you need to learn like Kassadin's identity. Like you just need to learn the champion basics, right? In bronze, you need to learn the champion's basics through the fundamentals of the champion. Like you need to learn how Kassadin likes to trade. You need to learn how Kassadin likes to take waves. You need to learn how Kassadin likes to like take a fight. And just like overall align your game plan with a very strategic set of default responses that Kassadin can do. For trading, this can just be like, okay, I want to take either ult onto the enemy, or I can also ult for EQ trades with low mana ult, right? And this should be my default response. Like, if I'm seeing a neutral wave state, how can I get an ult in EQ? Or how can I get an EQ onto the enemy? That should be my default response as a bronze level player. And by just repeating that kind of trade, whenever the enemy uses a cooldown, let's say, that's gonna give me an advantage. Well, in Iron, you don't really even know like what your damage is. You can still go for like the basic trades and stuff, but you don't really know. It's much more important in Iron to just play your champion, pay attention to it, and just start valuing stuff and just understanding certain values. And I think even in Iron, just like looking at higher level players play and just looking at like certain stuff and just paying attention to it. Like let's say how they use an ability. Like if you look at me play Kassadin, or you look at like some other good Kassadins, like you look at Cloud V2, like he was in the chat in a bit. Like you look at how like they play the game. For the most part, once you look at let's say 10 Kassadin games from very good players and just pay attention to like just how they use their Q, you will learn so much about that ability. You will learn so much about what the potentials are of like using that spell. And in Iron Bronze, just looking at some of these things, and you don't even need to like understand the depths of like, yeah, how do I use my abilities, like how like you don't need to be crazy about it. But if you just do it in the correct order, and if you just like do it in like the right way, you can build so many advantages, and you can do so many beautiful gameplay stuff. And that's how you can get out of Bronze and Iron. You just do a lot of very good default responses. You just set up a very basic game plan. You want to play for your level 6. You want to play for your first item. You want to recall when you're low HP. A very, very, very common mistake in Bronze. Actually, this is one of the biggest mistakes in Bronze. And if you ever do this, you should catch yourself. Because what's the most important thing is just getting those good resets. And what you already saw this guy do, that probably keeps him bronze. In this game he got bailed out by the Warwick, but he was in lane for like 10 minutes straight in bad lane states. He was low HP, low mana, weak on the map, zero availability, and he was just not strong at all. And if the Warwick didn't come through, gank the Ahri, get the Ahri ult, and give him a free reset, then he would never get out of that lane state, especially with Ignite. So this is super, super, super important. And in Bronze, you will, like when I coach Bronze people, you will see a lot of the times they actually just stay in lane, in the worst possible lane state, for 3 minutes straight, 4 minutes straight. And they bleed out every possible advantage they could get in that 3 or 4 minutes. And that's such a huge mistake. So if they change these habits, they get a bit more consistent on their ability usage. They get a bit more consistent on their resetting. And I mean, this player didn't really showcase that, but I also see a lot of people just like fight and die in very random ways as well. if you can reduce your deaths, get your like CS a bit more consistent by taking those good resets, getting out of bad lane states, and not really dropping those side waves in the mid to late game, you will be so much stronger. And that type of strength is what's gonna allow you to then get more advantages, play more team fights better, be stronger in fights, get more of those objectives, and eventually win more of the games. And through winning more of the games, climb out of bronze. And yeah, this is it for bronze. We could look at another game, but I think this also kind of like encapsulates how like bronze kind of looks like. You already see like the, in a way, like compared to Iron, the two are like so different, and you can already see that through just like both his gameplay and from the Ori's gameplay and from like everyone in the game is a bit more consistent, a bit better. But there's still so many sloppy stuff, like every side wave is being dropped. Yeah, everyone is just kind of weak. He played very well for bronze, yes. 100%. He actually got a lot of advantages. The thing is with his gameplay, if you actually like, let me bring up his OPGG. I'm just gonna do League Client. So what you see here is that a lot of his games, it's a very flippy playstyle because he goes 5 CS per minute, and if it works great. Then he gets a lot of kills and he's like very strong. But we couldn't look at either of these games because they are like too long ago for the replay to be downloaded, unfortunately. But you see, like a lot of his games are just like, you're either getting really fed through getting all of these advantages, or you're just getting really behind because you don't have a consistent income. But yeah, he definitely played actually pretty well for a bronze player. So I will give him that. His knowledge of his limits and his way of using his spells was actually like, from a fighting perspective, pretty good. But that also probably comes from his playstyle as well, because he actually seems to go for a lot of those skirmishes that might be not that good. And because he takes all the fights, he actually has a lot of experience fighting compared to like not doing those fights, if that makes sense. So yeah, in that sense, he could definitely, like, he can definitely improve a lot through just getting more consistent. And then these losses will turn into wins. And this player, like, I agree, he has very good potential through good ability usage. Like, if he changes how he uses abilities and how he not, like, how he stops dropping waves, how he stops being low HP in lane, then suddenly his advantages will not be a flip, but it will be a replicable advantage at this level of play, which will then carry him out of this level of play until the players become good enough where you cannot replicate the same lead the same way. And then you have to like increase the depth of like, okay, now I not only will use my Q to last hit, but I will also try to use my Q to block an ability. I will also use my Q to block an ability when, like, before a last hit, so then I can go for the last hit for more, like, with more ease. And that way you can increase your gameplay as well. I need to drink a bit. My throat is like dying. And we will look for a silver player. Now silver and bronze are super different as well. So that's gonna be awesome. Do you ever max Q instead of E? It can be valuable in certain matchups, yes. So if you go for like let's say very heavy trading AP matchups, Echo is a good example of this. A lot of the times, the amount of prio you have in those matchups will not actually depend on your wave clear, but how much trading power you have so that you can walk up and contest the Echo on the wave clear. So in those matchups, Q max, or like actually like just 2 to 3 points Q is enough. But like that 2 to 3 points into Q will actually allow you to push them out of lane a bit more easily because the trades become more one-sided. So then you can do that. Okay. I'm gonna share we're gonna look for another account from silver players now. And yeah, let's take a look. I'm gonna do the display capture again. And we will close these accounts. And we will go back to page 1. And this time we're gonna look for a silver player. And this guy is one of the first that comes up. And he has 3.6 million mastery points on Kassadin. And he's a silver player with over 120 games played in silver this split. So he's gonna be very good to look at. And he also doesn't, like, almost doesn't have any games on other champs, so this is a good one. So this is a silver 3 player as well, so it's just like about 400 LP higher than the previous one. So yeah, I mean I'm just gonna take the name, and he is level 1770. That's beautiful. This will be such a good experiment as well, because that means that his gameplay is the exact resemblance of a silver Kassadin. And that's awesome, because then we can look at so many stuff about him. So he also has a lot of games that we can look at, because these are all downloadable. He has some really interesting setup as well. So just from the match history alone, you can tell that he already, like, he seems to have the same sort of style of he's getting quite low CS numbers very, very often. Like, many games he's just going down, like, plenty of CS, not really. We can look at one of the harder games, like one of these games, and we can look at another one. I would like to look at 2 separate games, so we have some type of contrast. And not just like a completely one-sided, yeah, this is gonna be, yeah, this guy is like so bad or whatever. I want to look at him from like an objective standpoint and just like see what it actually looks like to be a silver Kassadin player. Or like, not just see, but like to actually show you guys like what you can actually do. So let's take a look at this game, because this feels like one of those games where you feel like you don't have enough impact on the game, while you could have more impact. But it's also a very short game. I think it was actually an AFKFF. So I would actually not look at that one, but a different one. Let's take a look at one of these harder games. I want to look at this one. So we're playing into Yasuo. That could be a good one. Yeah, this could be fine. Yeah, let's take a look at this. I'm gonna stop the display capture, and you guys will see the action in game in a second, because we will actually have to break down silver first. So this is the drawing time. Okay, so silver. So silver is the rank where you have to change your gameplay a little bit, but not in the way that like Kassadin still is Kassadin, and Kassadin is gonna stay Kassadin until like Master GM, but like it will always stay Kassadin. Like, you still want the wave on your side, you still want to go for the short trades, you still want to get to your items. That's always gonna be true, right? The thing that changes from bronze to silver is that Kassadin is designed in a way that you need to use your abilities correctly. And in bronze you already saw that people are dropping waves and people are dropping a lot of stuff, but they also have like weird trade patterns which only work because the enemy is not spacing at all and they don't have any idea about Kassadin. And also there's not a lot of mindfulness between like, okay, how do I take my resets, how do I do that stuff? And in silver what you will notice is the resets get a lot better. Like, we will see much less of the low elo, like super low elo recalls. People will value their stuff a lot better, and people will play much more to their champ's identity, to their own champ's strengths, and you will see that a lot more. Because in Iron people don't have an idea. In Bronze people already know like how to play their champs in isolation, but they don't really have a very good understanding of their reference point. In Silver, people actually have a decent understanding. It's just they don't have very much depth about their execution, and they don't have a very good understanding of how a lot of their fundamentals change in the game, and they don't really understand the other champs to the depth of their like own champion. So it's like they start playing the game a lot better, but they are still not good. They are still not like let's say let me give you an example, because let's say the trades, right? So an Iron Kassadin player will just try to trade. Like there will just be a trade attempt. And then he will literally ult flash ult flash into the full HP Yasuo and do like 40% of his HP and then die. Bronze Kassadin will ult onto the enemy and try to go for a full trade, miss the E in the middle of it, maybe like go for like a good combo, whatever. But it's like not consistent and it's not very replicable. A Silver Kassadin player will actually like already have to understand like, okay, I'm gonna land my abilities. I'm gonna kind of play with my abilities' identities. And also like I need to kind of play around my enemy's abilities as well. So I can't just ult in when the enemy can kill me. I can't just ult in like randomly. Although you will still see that in Silver. But yeah, that's one big one. And the other one is in Silver you stop seeing those like disaster recalls, because that's so often like in Iron and Bronze reviews, but when I coach like Iron Bronze players, you almost always see a recall that's like so disaster. You know, it's like I could like 90% of my coachings that I do in Iron or Bronze, like Iron, it's always there. Like that's one of the first things you have to solve with Iron players. But with Bronze players, it's also very, very common that they just end up in lane with no mana. And this is not just Kassadin players. Like let's say people that play Lux or Syndra or whatever it is, they also end up in lane with no mana and no way out. So what we need to unlock in Silver is the ability to kind of plan ahead. Like you need to not only see the current position of the game and like what you're doing like just this exact moment, but you have to unlock the ability to have a bit of foresight. To have a bit of like, okay, I want to recall after this wave. You don't have to like see like a minute into the future or 2 minutes into the future, whatever. You just need to know like what you're gonna do after the wave. Like that sort of understanding is what you need. So I would say that's what we're gonna look at now with the Kassadin review that's coming up. And yeah, let's take a look. All right, so he's opted for the Fleet Footwork setup into Yasuo, and we're playing Kassadin Kha'Zix into Yasuo and Evelynn. And what's very good about this matchup is that there's a very little amount of jungle threat on both sides, so there's gonna be a much more isolated lane for the most part. So we opted for the D shield this time, with probably second wind as well. So now we can play for a much more scaling setup, although I don't think this is optimal, but I'm not gonna go super in depth about setups, because that's again like we could talk hours about like what's the optimal setup into what matchup and all of that stuff. So yeah. Are you doing all of these in one stream? I might be doing all of them. We'll see. If I get really tired after like, I don't know, Emerald, then we will see. So first off, we should always look to not push the wave. And he already kind of failed at that. But Yasuo is playing like he's the second coming of like Faker or Chovy or something. And yeah, he's just really, really afraid for some reason. While Kassadin should never be able to get level 2 first, let alone like outrade Yasuo. And yeah, I mean, there it goes. we go for the push, which I'm stun locked for a second. Wait, let me take a sip of my drink. This will be a good one. So yeah. Okay. So first off, Kassadin's fundamentally, like, you want to be having the wave on your side, stick to your reference points, and stick to your strengths. And like this guy did not do that so far. I'm not gonna pretend I've never done this. Like, I definitely have done something similar in the past. Like, I'm not gonna pretend I haven't, but that's 3 million mastery, yeah. But, I mean, look, the thing is, some players will have different profiles, right? Like, this guy might be the GOAT of the mid to late game, and just, like, not really care about early. You know? Like, it might just be that he's much better at, like spatial awareness, or like he just like knows like how to go for like how to play skirmishes better. He might just have a better target selection, better skirmishing, whatever it is. Probably like changing playlist right now. And yeah, I mean, at this stage, people still don't really like freeze waves very well. They don't have a lot of mindfulness behind their wave management as much as you could have, but I mean that's gonna be true for every rank, by the way. Like, that's just gonna be fine. Yeah, and you see like Yasuo trades again. We go for another trade here, which again is not really our strength as Kassadin. So we end up in a very awkward position, but we already opted for the TP, which is like a little bit better. But yeah, we end up coming back to lane. I mean, this is a disaster pre-6. Like, if this was one of my coaching sessions, this would be where we would end this VOD, you know? Because, I mean, at this point, like, you already did, like, so many bad stuff that I want to see his level 6, like, what he does at level 6. We actually got some decent trades out. But yeah, he has no understanding of threat from the Yasuo. And the Yasuo also plays Yasuo much better than the previous Yasuo that we watched, so that's also something that definitely can be given to the Yasuo. Like, he bounced the wave, he actually trades like pretty well. So yeah, I mean, it's already like different from that perspective. But also, you can also see that what's Kassadin's strength. Like, Kassadin players develop this ability to CS. They develop the ability to like take CS early game, and he's actually even CS with the Yasuo that's 2 kills up. So that's very, very, very nice as well. And we can see that from here, like, we just are aiming for a good reset now. And if he gets a good reset, he will probably take it. Like, he will not stay in lane for like 5 minutes straight, right? But now if he does stay for 5 minutes straight, then yeah, okay. So they trade 1 for 1. I mean, that's pretty bad for the Yasuo. Like, for Yasuo, and this is also something that, for Yasuo, extending this kind of lane state, where he's in control and Kassadin isn't, like, not even here, but like before this. Like, before this trade even like happened, that got him low in the first place. Like, before this trade, like, if Yasuo just like gets this trade, like, just gets this and just like leaves it at this, and just then you can already kind of like, you can already just like win your lane through Kassadin having no TP. He's just gonna be bleeding CS constantly because you can poke over, like, always. You can slowly like get his HP down to 0, and then you can like just like kill him, right? And just like always like deny a good reset from him. But the moment Yasuo makes this like volatile for himself as well, that's where this lane kind of becomes bad, right? Like, he should never take damage here. And he should just play it slow. And this like ends up being like kind of a disaster for Yasuo. It would be much better if he just survives and just doesn't go low and doesn't like really do anything crazy. Because then Kassadin could just like chill. Anyways. Is there gonna be a VOD of this? Yes, there will be a VOD of this. And this will be also uploaded to YouTube, probably with some editing as well, so it's gonna be up. I will tell you everyone, like, I will post about it in the future. So yeah, yeah, so we got the 1 for 1 trade, which is pretty good for Kassadin. And now we want to just play for, okay, we got the items. We got to our first spike, which is, I mean, at this point I think he's just gonna get the blasting and the tier. Beautiful base. I would buy the same items here. Yeah, very, very nice. And now we can get back to lane and kind of play for those short trades where we don't really want to take damage, but we also want to have the wave on our side for as long as possible. And the problem with pushing this wave instantly is that when Yasuo comes back, he can actually hold this wave now. And he can actually transition it into a slow build instead of like anything else. Although he ends up not doing that and actually goes for the skirmish, which is where Yasuo completely insta-game here, by the way. Like, if you're the Yasuo and you do this, like, you lost the game here. Because Kassadin gets to crash this wave, gets to get a plate. And yeah, I mean, this is just insanely good for Kassadin. If Kassadin decides to go for the plate. If you go for this bot gank, like... I mean, it's never gonna work out, is it? Unless Vakos just decides to go to the enemy jungle. At which point, like, it might work out a bit. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty fine. But going for the plates gives you kind of the same advantage, but it's much more consistent. You don't give a chance for the enemy to just walk away and then you don't get anything, but you get like a guaranteed 150 gold. But yeah, I mean, both of them are completely fine here. And yeah, like now the skirmish is over. Okay, we just get back to lane. And you already see also that he's full HP here. And he's not been low HP for an extended period of time at all. Like he was low HP at some point. But the resets already are like much better. Like even here, when he gets low HP, his opponent also gets low HP. So it's not like he's in a bad lane state for a constant, like long amount of time, right? And probably he's gonna look for a reset instead of like trying to stay. Like unless Yasuo also like stays and then it's just like... But this is okay. Like this is different than the previous one because his opponent also is in a like the thing is, right, when you're playing into this type of lane bullies, this type of champions that are very strong compared to you, you both being low HP means that they cannot influence the map. And for Kassadin, who kind of wants to play for the scaling, in this kind of handshake situation, you get an advantage. So this is completely fine to extend until you get like a reset, it's fine. If you are a champion, or if you play a matchup where you can be on the winning side, you should not extend this type of lane state. Then you should get out of it. But if you're in this type of lane state, I mean, you will just have a more, like a larger advantage through like him not being able to influence anything and not being able to go for any of the fights. So yeah, I mean, this is fine. He gets the entire wave, he gets the reset, pretty good, right? His team gets the Drake as well, while the Yasuo resets. Amazing. If Yasuo has resetted earlier, he could have contested the Drake with the team. But because Yasuo was kept in lane, like, because of how weak Yasuo was for an extended period, that's why the team could actually take the Drake without any contest. So that's awesome. I don't think he was thinking about this at all, by the way. Like I'm just saying this as like, this is a good effect. And he definitely, like, he probably does not understand this mindfully. Like, this is not easy to think about it, and it's not easy to be like that. But it's much more intuitively... Like, silver players have a much higher level of intuition than bronze players. Because in bronze, like, they actually do extend the lane phase even if it's insanely bad for them. And in silver, like, if you see, like, okay, it's not good for you, but it's also not good for your opponent, you have, like, that's a very different scenario when it's only bad for you. And in this lane state, it was bad for both of them. Which is, like, kind of okay. It's not the worst. But we have to look at this one. We have to look at what happens here. So with TP, I mean, this is abysmal TP. Very, very bad. Like, you should never TP like this. Like, it's a very, very bad TP. Very slow play. You should only TP. Like, as Kassadin, this is also kind of the same thing. But what you can see as well is that bronze and silver is different, but it's also similar. Like, silver players have a much better, like limit knowledge, even though, like, okay, this guy kind of inted the level 1. He was also alt-tabbing and all the stuff, so he probably is a bit tilted, right? Like, the only way you can play 4 million mastery points of Kassadin is if you're not playing super high intensity, right? But you can also see that he has the right idea of, like, okay, I want to snowball the game, I want to get, like, some advantages. I can push out my waves, I can extend the lane phase, like, a lot of ideas are correct. And a lot of execution is correct. And also, his trades when he trades the Yasuo, even though he was behind, his trades were actually good. And his ability usage was actually good. And these are like big differences compared to the bronze player, where he actually had a lot of nice advantages. But even here, like, look at this. The play ended up working decently fine. I mean, he's extending it insanely hard. Like, this is overforced, like, beyond comprehension, right? Like, it's a very bad play. Like, you should be mid lane, you should be eating your XP, you should still play to Kassadin's identity. But because of his champion mastery and because of, like, how well he knows his limits, it actually works out. And the enemy doesn't know it as well as he does. And because he has so many games, he probably also has a better understanding of what, like, the other champs in the game do as well. And the Smolder is completely griefing it. I mean, it's kind of whatever. But yeah, I mean, you can see that essentially he's just like better on champion mastery, and he understands like what his champion is capable of way more. And his way of like he's still not playing in a replicable way, don't get me wrong. Like these are complete flips. If the enemy plays this correctly, like he will never get away with this. But at this stage of the game, like people don't really, like people are not very aware of your limits. So if you know them better than your opponent, you can actually get away with a lot of kills as well. The way you can get better at this, and what I would tell this player to do, is go for his consistent leads. Push out the wave. Like, this is also not a good wave to leave on. I mean, it's good because it's very volatile now. So like now this is actually fine. Because of how volatile bot lane HP is. And how overextended they are and how they used the flash on the previous skirmish. So now this is actually a very free skirmish to go for. Like, this is the easiest cleanup of the planet, right? So because of how volatile it was, that's completely fine. But now we should be like on our way very quickly back to lane. We should also probably ping for the Vi to like cover the mid lane. But we already went for so many roams. I mean, this roam, like if you do this roam and you give over a plate to the Yasuo, whatever, right? Like it's fine. Like one plate, not gonna break the bank. You got like 2 kills from it, very good cleanup. Smolder will be ahead now, you will actually have a winning bot side. This is awesome. The previous roam was a complete int. And that gave 3 waves to the Yasuo, like that gave such an advantage. If we didn't do that skirmish and only did this one, we would be in a much better position. And then this tower would be high HP as well, and then, yeah, the game is just much easier. Yeah, we get back to lane. I mean, now it's gonna be a bit scuffed, with mid lane being like so open. But you also see like people already start using their flash with terrain scaling as well. People start playing the game a bit more mindfully, a bit more smart, a bit more efficiently. And yeah, it's... The laning fundamentals themselves have somewhat improved. Like, he's much more accurate with his ability usage, but he's also much more like aware of the surroundings. Like, he's much better at like understanding, okay, we can go for a bot dive. Like in bronze, like people don't notice that. I mean, even in silver, that's a very rare skill, by the way. Like, I would not, like even some of my platinum emerald clients would never go for those sorts of plays, right? And that's completely normal as well, because if you look at Kassadin from a fundamental perspective, like, you can be good at those type of stuff, but that's not what your champ is made around. Like, you're not the diver champion, you know? You can be okay at that, but you're not designed to that, especially not with the Smolder and the Seraphine, you know? Like, it was a bit forced, and it was completely, like, the wrong idea about how to win the game. But when you see the enemy bot lane super low HP and overextended, then you can go for a roam, and then you can go for a pick, right? And that's why he also like notices it now, and goes for a play. And that is completely fine. I mean, once he notices the ward, he should actually just turn back, because the enemy is just like walking away. Like, there's not much that's gonna come from this play at this point. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. We can just eat the wave, that's also completely fine. Yeah. But yeah, you guys see what Ludwig and Smolder. But you guys see what the point I'm making is, and he's also aware of like not dropping waves and not dropping the tower. So you see, like, he's also, like, much higher value on his resources, even though, like, they're kind of fighting for the CS here. I think it was fine, like, with Smother being here, it would have been fine if Smother just is the wave and he just goes for the next bot wave. But yeah, I mean, it's completely fine as well. Like, the game is looking fine. This is a big into, and this is so man, like, this is such a low elo thing. Like, as Kassadin, you don't wanna hit objectives. Like, stop hitting the Herald. What are you doing? There's a bot wave dying. You know? And this is something that, like, you will see as a trend for, like, a long time, that people are not valuing their side waves enough. They are not valuing their resources enough. They are not valuing, like, how much of an advantage they can get if they are just at the point of the map where they can eat the most. And at this point, you should be playing for your 1-item, 2-item spikes. You should play for getting as many resources as possible, getting to your level 11, getting onto the side wave, getting some waves, getting some resources. And once you are, like, at the 2-item, 3-item spike, that's when you can snowball your lead through the skirmishes that happen around these objectives. But not the objectives themselves. Like, Herald, it's nice to take, but I would not drop these bot waves for it ever. And if he actually was a bit more poised and a bit more, like, understanding of, okay, Smother is gonna take this wave, and I can just stay bot, I can just play it slow, play for my waves, play for my advantages, then he would also be able to play bot lane while having the TP available if a fight was to break out. And that would have given him a much more consistent resource acquisition, which would then allow him to be in a much stronger and much more powerful position to actually translate his lead in this game into a victory. Which now, like, now you kind of fall behind and now you lose bot tower. And that will, like, in this game, sure. Actually, no, this game is actually a very good example of a game where you will be punished for having lost this bot tower. Because now Evelynn will always be a threat, and that bot tower would allow you to actually push up to the middle of the lane, push out to like this point. Because getting flanked is very difficult. But once you lose this bot tower, like, now it's actually pretty hard to walk up on the side lane if Evelynn is actually a big threat onto you. I mean, they have a 0-8 Kayn, so the game is not gonna be, like, super hard, right? But at the same time, these type of mistakes and these type of problems will lose you many, many games. But he already is also, something that you can see on him that we didn't see on the bronze players, is he's much more faster on the side waves. Like, he actually eats these side waves sometimes, and when he comes out of base, he actually goes to the right location. Like, he actually goes for his waves. He clears his waves very quickly, and yeah, his trading overall is much more. Kassadin and Katarina fighting to be the worst objective killer. Yeah, they are like... Yeah, they are fighting for it. And you already see, like, Evelynn can already, like, look for a pick here. And I mean, even though, like, there's not much that's happening here. But yeah, I mean, he gets killed for it. And imagine he just has the tower here, he can just walk away. It's so easy. And yeah, you can already see, like, how... Like, if there's a tower, it's not even just about, like, he can walk away, but the Evelynn would be much less incentivized to make this play if there's a tower there, because it's much harder to make this play. But because there's no tower, like, Kassadin is just like, you can chase him down for, like, 10 years. It's so easy to play. And, like, these kind of sloppy mistakes, and just, like, giving so much to the enemy is what's gonna allow you to actually lose these games. Where the game should not be, like... This should not be a hard game to win, right? I think they might actually end up winning as well. I'm not sure about that, but yeah. And from here on, what we're looking for is, we want to get our resources, we want to get to our seraphs. We're actually kinda close, so we should get this bot wave. We should get the next bot wave. We should take a reset. And we should also be mindful of the next objective. And at this point, like, at this level of play, like, you should be mindful of the objectives. Especially when like, wait, is it just the minimap too big? I think the minimap is just too big, by the way. Look at this. Okay. So now we see... okay, wait, let me go back because there was some fight happening here. So, now we see that Baron is up in a minute. And now we see that Drake is also kind of far away. So the next like minute and a half will be played around the Baron side and will be played around this top side. So we have two options here, and the first one is we should push out this bot wave as far as possible so that we can play the Baron side if we need to, or if nobody is matching us on the bot side, or if somebody like matches us, like let's say the Kayn comes bot side, then we can win. Or if Yasuo comes, like if we get to our item spikes, we can probably also win, because I mean he just doesn't seem that strong, does he? Just feels so weak, that guy. So yeah, we should aim to get to our item spikes, play around our power spikes, play with spikes where we have the item advantage, and just, yeah, just collect our waves, because these waves are being dropped constantly in these elos. And that will always lead to a disadvantage. And of course there's the Kayn that's like 0-10 at this point. And we flash onto the vehicles, but this is also, I mean, this is not a silver level mistake, but the flash is kind of empty here. Like that kill, it's just a kill, right? It's not gonna translate to any objectives. It's not gonna translate to the fight being won, because Valkos is not super useful on the enemy team at this point. And now we don't have the flash available for the actual key targets that we have to eliminate. So now, that's when you play AP Kassadin, it's much more punishing. Like he's playing this kind of fleet footwork into like off-tank-ish Kassadin, which is completely fine. But if he was to play like AP Kassadin, especially the Malignant setup, your flash is so valuable. You have to use it to eliminate your key targets. You need to use it super, super mindfully. Especially your ult flash, especially before like 2 objectives are coming up. Like using your flash like that on 200 gold, not worth, not really worth. That was a really, really bad flash. There's actually, you guys know, there's this guy in the Korean server. He's called Kaden. Now he actually renamed to like Sadin, I think. He's like a Kassadin one trick, and he's I think he's like Masters GM. And he's like an incredibly good laner, and he like his fighting itself is really good, but he also does like the worst flashes on the planet. It's very funny if you guys look at him. He's actually an amazing player, by the way, but his flashes are funny if you want to look at that. If he fixed his flashes, he would be Grandmaster or Challenger. For sure. But yeah, also, this is how you can lose the game. And this is how he lost this game, by the way. Like this game, completely free win. You have your item, like you're just about to hit Archangel. You're just about to hit Roa. You just need to wait for your team, especially the Vi, to be like ulting somebody, especially the Seraphine to be like there for the fight. And the Kha'Zix to like create some space for you, and the Smolder to like finish off people. And what do? You try to be the hero. And now we go for this crazy hero play. And yeah, what happens? Well, you can guess what happens here. We lose. We lose an entire minute on the map. We lose 2 waves. We lose advantage on these fights. I mean, this fight could have been completely won. Evelyn, their most fed member, was killing our Smolder, who's like our most useless member. We had all the advantage in the world to actually fight this. And we just go for a hero play. And generally speaking, this is also very silver. Like this is such a silver mistake as well, because one of the most important things that you can do to actually make these games consistently closed out is, if you remember, like there's 3 things that somebody needs to do to like escape low elo. You need to get resources. You need to do damage. And you need to win a game. And win a game, I mean like get the fights, like win the fights, win the objectives, or like go to the sideline and win sideline, right? Like these are basically all the things you can do. And the objectives can be like, okay, you can play for Soul, you can play for Baron, you can play for like 6 grubs and sideline, you know? Like there's a lot of ways to win the game. And we already have like a decent way of collecting resources, but we need to get better at these 3 things. We need to get more resources. We have to be dealing our damage more consistently throughout, especially throughout the fights, because like at this point what we need to do, have our flash available and be strong to do our job in a fight. And when it comes to like winning a fight or winning the game, this is where like we have to understand how Kassadin likes to win a game. And we can win the game in basically like either through team fights or sidelining, right? That's the main thing about the game. So in this situation, you can play through sideline, but it's like if you want to play through fights, you have to be the cleanup crew. You cannot afford, as the main win condition, like you're one of the strongest players on your team, you cannot afford to die first. You have to have people use their important abilities on your teammates so that you can carry the game. You cannot go in first. You have to be mindful, you have to be slow, you have to be taking your time, you have to be using your flash to find the main carry on the enemy team. You have to use those advantages so that you can win the game. And when it comes to these type of fights, like, you cannot do damage into 4 people alone when every single ability and every single brain cell of those 4 people are all focused on killing you. So what should we do in a situation like this? Like what's our alternative? Like to this type of play. Let's go back like all the way here. So if we look at this tab and if we look at this game state, the enemy is really fed, but we're just before a lot of power spikes here. Now what we can do is we can go to the sideline, try to snowball through the Kayn who's like already 0-10, and once we spot Kayn on the bot lane, he's the one guy we can definitely win against on the side, because he's very, very behind right now, right? So if we just snowball through the Kayn, get some kills, he's already high enough level to give a lot of experience, we can actually get a lot of advantage from that. And because of that, we can actually create man advantage fight afterwards to then actually win like a 5v4 or a 4v3 or whatever it is. But here's the catch. Look at how much damage the enemy has to an objective. Like, look at this comp. Like, how much damage do they have to the objective? Well, Jhin is not known for insane objective damage. Yasuo and Evelynn has okay damage, but it's not like crazy, right? Like, they don't have the most insane objective matting on the planet. So it's very hard for them to actually do an objective. And what type of comp do we have? We have Seraphine, Smolder, Kassadin, like the most scaling comp you can imagine. So at this point, from the other perspective of like, okay, how does Kassadin win a game? Can I scale in this game? Would be a question you can ask yourself. Well, can I scale in this game? Abso-fucking-lutely. This is the easiest fucking scaling game on the planet. Okay, not the easiest, but you get the point. This is such a good game to scale into, so we don't have to make a play. It's so unnecessary to try to win the game when, like right now, this is my team, right, as in strength, and this is the enemy team in strength. You know, like they are getting stronger a bit, right, sure, like this. But there will be a point when it's just inevitable that you're just stronger. So why do you take the game deciding fight here? Why? Why? And you try to make it also in a way that doesn't align with Kassadin. If anything, if you want to make a crazy play, right? Make it in the jungle where you have walls, where you have like terrain scaling. Make it onto the player with no vision. Like let's say if you were standing here and you want to kill the like 1000 god shutdown and you have your flash available, like sure, you can try to go for it. Like it's okay. Like in that situation, it's fine. But in this game, there is zero reason to do that. And this is something that silver players need to understand about playing the game, is that they have to play to Kassadin's strengths, which in this case can be just to scale, and we don't have to do something. And this is this kind of skill set of like, okay, I actually have the confidence in my scaling, I actually have the confidence in my ability to carry, therefore I don't have to make a desperate play. This is what we call poise. And this is something that moving forward from silver to like gold, platinum, emerald, it gets more and more and more and more important, because the game can feel much more desperate especially if you know like the opponents you're playing against are more like are better at the game, right? Like they are more accurate with their decision making. They give you less opportunities. Like these are things you can get so much better at. Like already in silver you can get better at like just having confidence in your ability to scale. But as you keep progressing through the ranks, it gets even more and more and more important. But we can already start it here. And I'm not saying a silver player needs the most insane win condition assessment, right? Because that's not in a silver. Like at a silver level, you don't need to do that. What you need to do at a silver level is not to have a very good understanding of this lull state, right? Like you have a lot of time to think right now, but you don't have a lot of mental stack to think. Like it's very hard for silver players at this stage to holistically assess the game state. What they can do though is have a very good default response. Like if I don't know what to do, and this guy probably has no fucking idea what to do right now, then I'm gonna get my resources, I'm gonna play for my power spikes, I'm gonna get to the side lane, and I'm gonna look for man advantage fights, or I'm gonna look for cleanup flanks, or I'm gonna look for fights where my teammates tank some abilities for me so that I can kill the main character on the enemy team. These are the things that we want to look for as a default response. If we don't do anything else, if we just keep these things in mind, we don't have to make a single thought in the game, and these things will help us win the game. But if we don't do this, and if we don't align ourselves with this, you will see that, okay, now I'm making a random play on the mid lane that has no connection to Kassadin. We don't want to make solo plays. We're much better at making a play with our team. We have to go into the enemy team. Like, at this point, okay, if you're like 20-0 and you have defensive layers so that you're invincible, right? Then you can go for this, right? Like, if you have Frozen Abyssal with like Conqueror setup, like, yeah, sure, you're invincible. You can just like 1v5, whatever. But if you're not that fed, but even if you're that fed, like, let's say you're that fed, even then you have a much better chance of winning that fight. If you have other people, like if the enemy, let's say the entire enemy team has like 2000 DPS, if that DPS is spread around between you and your 4 teammates, you're gonna be a much better position to actually win the game than if it's all absolutely focused on you. So, yeah, Abyssal Mask is getting buffed. No, it's getting nerfed. It's not gonna be good. It's gonna be bad for Kassadin, I think. But it's also gonna be still fine. Like, it's still gonna be an OP item. Like, Abyssal Mask is incredibly broken, but it's getting buffed compared to where it would get nerfed to. So what they did is like they went from like, okay, like we have the 30% Abyssal. Now it's not gonna be a 30% Abyssal. It's gonna be a like a 12% increased damage instead of like 30% magic pen. Now it's gonna be a 12% increased damage, which is basically a buff until 50 magic resist, and then it's a nerf. And now they buffed it up a bit, but not this part, but like they buffed a different part. It just means we can, yeah, we can build Abyssal, like if you're into an insanely tanky comp, where your only job is to like do damage, then it's gonna be buffed. But otherwise it's not, it's gonna be a nerf otherwise. But yeah, this is the, like going back to the main topic though, for silver, you need these default responses. You need to have the wave on your side. You need to get very good at the basics of Kassadin. And at this point, like, you know, up until silver, up until gold, like, sure, you can get there somewhat with the, like, slow, like, okay, I'm gonna be, like, rough around the edges. I'm gonna be, like, inconsistent in this, a bit inconsistent in that. Like, here you need to start getting accurately good at this stuff. I mean, of course, if you're like mega good at mechanics and you can like outtrade everyone, then you will climb to platinum, even if you're not accurate at this stuff. But for a player that's like trying to climb with like a somewhat balanced skill set, but that player that's like mechanically platinum will then get to diamond if they actually learn this. So it's like also a very different, a very different type of player, right? And depending on what type of player you are, you might also get more or less value from different aspects of the game. And that's also something that, I mean, that's why I'm talking about a lot of separate topics as well through these players, because that will help you guys also to improve at the game. And how cool would that be if somebody that we actually review here would watch the games? That would be so awesome, actually. But yeah, this is it for silver, because I mean now after this type of solo plays, like, you will just lose the game. You will just lose many games, because now at that point you would have like many opportunities to do a play, but that minute of the map will make you so weak. Like, you will just lose every opportunity you had. And at this point, like, I mean, you can still make a miracle, but it's just not likely to happen. I mean, it could still happen, right? Like, it could still happen, but it's just very unlikely. Alright. Guys. Okay, let's vote. Do we do another silver game, or do we move on to gold? Wait, is there a vote option? Okay, type 1 if you want silver, type 2 if you want gold. Because we can move on to gold as well. Yeah, move on. Okay, sure. Yeah, we want to get to those higher ranks. Yeah. Yeah, let's go for the 2. Alright. Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna look for a gold player. Also, if anyone in chat is gold and you want your account to be reviewed or your games to be reviewed, we can absolutely look at you as well. So feel free to send a summoner name if you're playing on EU West, because I can only spectate EU West. But if you play on EU West and you want to look, then absolutely. Okay, so let's take a look at some gold players. So let's take a look. We have a lot of gold players. Let's look at gold 2 if we can. I don't want to look at gold 1 because that's like borderline platinum. But if we can find a gold 3, gold 2 player, that would be perfect. Yeah, let's look at these players. Like, he has 14 games, so that's like not very relevant. This guy is gold 3 with over 100 games. And he was like, he hit platinum like several times, but he's mainly gold player. He did hit emerald as well, though. Should we look at him? I mean, he's playing Kassadin in gold and he's losing some games, so it could be a good person to look at. He also has these losses that are like high kill losses and stuff. Can we choose the games since we know which games are good to review? You can choose your games, but we can also like, yeah, we can just look at whatever. I mean, it's if you have a good game, then we can look at it as well. But one disclaimer, we can only look at the last week because there was a patch like last Wednesday. So it has to be after like the 13th of, not the 13th, the 14th of, no, I think it's the 12th maybe. The 12th of December. Yeah, I mean, let's just keep looking because I want to look at someone that actually plays Kassadin in gold consistently. Like this guy is good. He's hit platinum in his life, but he's mainly a gold player. I'm not sure if we can look at these. Yeah, I mean, we could probably look, maybe. But he hasn't played in a week. I think we can't look at that. It was 8 days ago. I mean, we can try, we can try. Can try to take a look. Okay. Gold 3 Kassadin. Would be nice to look at a high KDA game that's a loss. Yeah, I mean these are. Can we look at normal drafts? No. Okay, so we can't look at this guy. Okay, let's take a look at. High KDA losses are. You know what's the best games to review? Like, okay, if we're looking at somebody else, we don't have the context of their like mental, like their thoughts and like how they feel about the game and how they like perceive those type of games. We can only assume stuff, which is just like a bit less. I mean, it's not as much of a breakthrough for you guys to look at somebody be ahead as it would be if you feel ahead and you feel like you don't have control over your games, and then we can find out like how you can have more control. Like that's usually how it goes. People are like, yeah, I don't know how to win games. And then they bring a review where they have no control. I show them like 700 ways they can have like 10 times more control in that game, and then they are like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Now we can actually improve. Yeah. Okay, this guy has 14 games, and he has 5. People are not playing this game. None of the Gold 3 players are playing. Okay. He has 11 games. He has 26, but he's playing Smolder. Okay. Maybe I will settle for a gold 4 if we go at this pace. Okay, 2 games. Bro, Kassadin players are just quitting the game or what? We will probably look at this guy now. He has some high KDA games. Yeah, we will just look at him. Even though he was Emerald like 2 splits ago. I guess he sometimes hits it. Maybe he just peaked it when it was like the strong Kassadin patch. But yeah, I mean, it should be fine. Kassadin, #2003. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. He has some high KDA losses. Like this one. We can look at this. Oh, it's an interesting game as well. Okay, first things first. At this level of play, people start actually having more optimized setups. So like, you also saw that at the start we had like Ignite Kassadin with like building every items, like spaceship, whatever. Now, these players already have like a more setup, like more mindful itemization. So like all of their choices make a bit more sense. So now like Roa Seraph with like Electrocute, then you go more into an AP heavy style, you go for the Zhonya's for defensive player. It's pretty stock standard, but you already see there's much more mindfulness behind it. And that's very important. And let's get into the game. So gold and silver are actually very similar to each other in a lot of ways. Like, silver is like I kind of feel like silver is like the last like low elo rank, and like gold is the first like mid elo rank, if that makes sense. And I think gold is like a very like, to me, gold from a gameplay perspective feels like a bit of an extended silver, where you just want to get really good at what your champion wants to do. And up to platinum, I think most of your stuff will still be just getting very good at like how your champion gets resources, like getting more and more consistent on that stuff. Like, let me draw. So you want to like get good at the resources. You know the drill. Resources. You want to now be more mindful with your fighting and like trading and trades. You want to now like, this is when you start getting into more mindfulness about like your enemies. So I think gold is the first elo when like these will be connected more to like your opponent and like matchups. This is when we like can start talking about matchups a bit more. But like not to a very high and very detailed extent. But we have to get very accurate with like, okay, is there something we can block with Q? How do we use our ult reactively? Where do we want the wave? Where do we want to, like, what kind of trades do we want to take? At this point, we can be a bit more mindful about that. And I'm not saying God players do that. I'm saying these are the things that God players have to do to get out of God. So they have to get a bit more accurate with their matchup knowledge. They have to get a bit more mindful with what type of trades they do. They have to be a bit more accurate with the waves they take. I mean, resets are obviously like the resources and like what type of resets you take is always gonna be something that you like just forever improving, right? And then there's also gonna be the same thing with the win cons. Is you want to have the very good default responses. You still don't want to like over adapt to it, but you want a very good default response. And that's generally like the rule of low elo. Like the more like accurate default responses you can have, the more free menta stack you will have for stuff that you actually have to adapt at your level of play. And you will already have like, let's say, you going for the side lane, you playing for the scaling, playing for like those type of like team fights in the jungle where you can use your terrain scaling, where you can use your advantage over like getting to the backline, using your flash, you know, those type of plays, even though like, let's say they are only right 90% of the time and 10% of the time, that's not what you have to do, right? At this point, that doing that like 90% right will take 1% of the mental energy compared to like trying to get it right every time. So then those rest like 99% of mental energy, even though you only get it right 90% of the time, you can allocate those thoughts somewhere else. And that's gonna be the key to like getting better at these ranks, is just like getting good at default responses at certain stuff so that we can focus on things that actually matter, which will be at this point how you trade in certain matchups, how you get your resets, how you get more gold, how you get more resources. And then we can start also thinking about what's your actual role in this game. Who do you have to kill? Who has high threat onto you? Who can kill you? Who is your win condition? Is it you? Is it your Fed ADC? Like you can start thinking about, okay, I don't need to like totally understand the game, but I can ask myself questions to make my brain basically build these like neural networks for you to figure out this stuff faster, more efficiently, and like make more connections, right? Because at this point, you might ask yourself, okay, how do I win this game? And at a bronze level, like you have no idea. You just want to do damage. If you do damage, the game wins itself, right? If you get enough, like if you get fed enough to kill people, then you will do damage, then you will win a fight, and then the game will be won eventually. At a gold level, you kind of have to have an idea. Like you need to have an idea, okay, actually I can win this game through going to the side lane and stomping the Veigar on the side lane. Or I can win this side lane, or like I can win this game through like killing the fed Jhin on the enemy team with an ult flash. With my Malphite, or whatever it is, right? At this point, you need to have some sort of adaptability, but also a lot of that adaptability will come from you having a lot of things done without you having to think about them. So like, let's say you want to improve your, and at this point, like you will have to go through like some learning objectives. You will have to go through like some things you focus on, and you will have to go through some stuff that you get better at mindfully, deliberately, right? You can't just be like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna do whatever. Like, no, you have to be a bit more mindful with your trades. You have to be a bit more mindful with how you play the game. And of course, a lot of these things that I say, like, it's not like you will actively think about every single one of these things. Like, you and Chovy will think about the exact same number of stuff. The difference between you and Chovy is not how many things you're thinking about, right? It's gonna be just how many of these things can you do without having to think about it, and what is the actual thing that you prioritize. For Chovy, like playing a beautiful, perfect laning phase that like aligns with every single thing on the map. Like for him, like playing a beautiful laning phase, baiting out your spells while having the wave in mind, while having what's happening in the jungle in mind, while also having the perfect laning and like spacing, and like he already is planning his recalls and everything. Like that's muscle memory. Like, for him, that's not difficult. And for a gold player, it's impossible to do, even if he has like all the brain, like the biggest brain on the planet. So it's like, but eventually, through, let's say you learn one of these skills, like it's like kind of like learning to like, it's like learning to walk, you know? At the start, you do like those baby steps when you're like 1 year old or whatever. You do those baby steps and you're just like taking your first step. That's like, your first step is the hardest. It takes months for you to take that first step. And then you take the second step. And then you take the third step. And then you keep doing this and keep doing this until you're already there, where it's like, now you can actually walk. You can even run. And you can also talk meanwhile. You can eat an ice cream while you're walking. Like, how crazy is that? At some point you were like putting 100% of your mental effort into taking that first step. And when you're in gold elo, you kind of want to think of these fundamentals of the game as you're doing the first step right now. You want to have this mindset of, okay, I'm gonna be mindful about this, and I'm gonna get so good at it that I will be able to do this while eating ice cream. And that's what Chovy did with hundreds of skills. Not necessarily mindfully, but like, he can also do it like subconsciously as well. And that's what we're trying to get to, right? Like, just be able to play with improvement in mind in a way that you're already improving as you play as well. But right now, in gold, if you're in gold elo, you should focus mainly on like trying to get some of your skill sets, isolate them for a week, 2 weeks, like let's say 30, 40, 50 games, and just like look back at your games and just like try to understand what's actually happening. And now from this point onwards, this is the kind of framework I would like you guys to listen to the concepts we're gonna talk about, because what we're gonna do from now is we're actually gonna translate this stuff into actionable learning objectives that you can potentially choose if you like spot some sorts of mistakes in your gameplay. Alright, so enough yapping. Let's get into a gold gameplay. My throat is mega dry as well. I joined a bit late. I play in EU West, yes. So if you have an EU West account, I don't know what rank are you, but we will be reviewing EU West games. So the next up is a gold player on EU West who's gold 3, and we're gonna look at some gold 3 Kassadin gameplay. I'm plat 2 actually. Yeah, that's awesome. Then when we get to platinum, and if you want to get one of your games reviewed, then we can look at that too. So if you drop your OPGG, then we can look at you when you're when we get to platinum. If you wanna do that, then we can get you like a kind of a free coaching. Cool. Alright, so first things first, we see that you guys see the screen, right? Yo, Adam, what's up? So yeah, we see that already we start off the game with Kassadin into Talon this game. Do you have a guide for how to win trade games? Just play better than your opponent. There you go, free guide. That will be 350. I mean, just let them go, bro. Yeah, so what we're gonna do first is, obviously, we want the wave to be on our side. We want to play for those minions early on. We want to get to a strong level 6, get to our blasting bond, get to our tier of goddess, and just like kind of just minimize early game. We don't really win the trades against Talon level 1, 2, 3. Like, it's not really possible. So we're just trying to get to those power spikes, get to that strong point in the game, and yeah. That's where we're trying to get here. Yeah, I mean, the bot lane actually got some nice kills, so this already, let's say I'm playing Kassadin in this game. What do you guys think I'm thinking right now? What do you think what do you think is going through my head now? I'm already thinking that I don't have to do anything crazy. The game is kind of already won, right? Like now all I need to do is prevent Talon from changing the state of the bot lane, right? That's all I have to do from now. Even though like I can't really do much about it at this stage, I can still be very communicative and just be like, okay, Talon is missing now, and he probably is looking for something. I just want to be very mindful of like communication right now. Because as long as Talon doesn't like change how the bot lane is going, my Jinx has 3 kills, right? So I just need to make sure Jinx can play his game. Exactly. I'm thinking about Talon roams, absolutely. And I can just play for late because the game is like, I already have the game in a good tendency, right? And my enemy is like, sure, they are like starting the game strong, but they are already like kind of like flattening out, you know? So this is already in a very, very good spot for me. So now I have to make sure Talon is not getting fed off of my fed bot lane. Because if Talon changes the bot lane, then that's gonna be hard for me. And okay, another question. How do we make sure that Talon has the least amount of opportunities to roam? Like, how can we prevent him from moving? Because, I mean, sure, we can ping it. We can be very communicative. And we can make, like, a lot of calls about, like, Talon is moving, like... We can do a very good quality of pinging, but we also can do something else. Denying CS XP? Or push? Yeah, so we can try to push, but mainly... What's gonna happen is Talon will also push, and then we just lose, right? If we just push and he pushes, then he will just move, and we can move as well, but that's like kind of whatever. What we're aiming to do is try to trade some of Talon's HP whenever he's trying to push, right? We want to get his HP low enough for when he's not able to roam anymore. It's like you're trying to break his leg that he like runs to the bot lane with, you know? And this is the mindset here. Like, we're not even trying to kill him from, like, even level 6, right? You get to your level 6, we're not really trying to kill him anymore. Like, we don't need to win lane. The game is winning itself with how strong the Jinx is already. So what we need to do is we need to break Talon's impact onto the map as much as possible. Because the map is winning itself already. Like, we have a very, very good matchup on top. Like, Illaoi into Malphite, insanely favorable for Illaoi. We have our bot lane like 3-0 already. On Jinx Lulu, quite snowbally as well. The game is looking amazing. Now we just need to make sure that it does not get changed. So, like, now we can go for a trade. Like, we should have auto-W'd the Talon here. We should have auto-W-Q'd the Talon immediately. Use our Electrocute trade, and now suddenly the Talon would be like this much HP. Much lower. And then just do it again. Kha'Zix is also gonna walk around, so we can, like, that trade would already have set up for success. Of course, like, a God player will not understand these things like connecting to each other, right? But the default response into these roaming champs in general is to try to cripple their impact on the game. Like, your default response into Talon should be that you want to make sure that he's not able to roam. Right? That's how we play against these champs. And this is true for Talon, this is true for Ahri, this is true for stuff like Echo, this is true for like a lot of these champions, right? We just want to like play it very consistent. I mean, we can actually kill this if we want to. Like, I mean, this is the easiest kill of... Yeah. We could have waited a bit for the E, but... Yeah, I mean, now we just really need to not die to Talon though. Like, we don't want this game to be... The thing is, right, at this point, all we need to do is not make the game volatile. And by volatile, I mean... We can actually play it very slow, value our lives, not die, because the thing is, the moment we die, what happens is, for Jinx, like right now Jinx is 3-0. And on the enemy team, everyone is like 0-0, right? He has a 900 gold advantage. But the moment we trade 1-for-1, sure, the Jinx will still be 3-0, but the enemy will be like 1-1, right? At which point Jinx only has a 600 gold advantage. And now the game is, even though like we're kinda strong as well, like we got extra 300, but it doesn't really matter as much because we're not the main win con at this point. Like our job is not to be trying to get ourselves fed at the cost of making the enemy fed as well. We need to make sure that the enemy doesn't get anything. And we get as much as possible, right? So we want to get every wave, every CS, everything. And we don't want to give the enemy any way of getting an advantage. Because this game is already won unless the enemy finds a way to come back, right? So now, like already at level 4, if this is our mindset, it's so hard to lose this game. Like, it's really hard to lose this. And, I mean, sure, like, we get a nice kill, like, Echo kinda ins here. But we don't have to go for this, we can just crash the wave, we're in a beautiful position. And now Talon has a double buff. And that's a way for Talon to now, like, he doesn't only have, like, a double buffs, he has infinite sustain. He has tempo on the next wave, because we have to, like, die and TP back. And now, like, now this is the dangerous point. When look at the bot wave. What's gonna happen here? What do you think? Well, Talon is gonna look for a gank. Or, I mean, he will just get ganked himself and die. I mean, that's a bit more ideal for us in this situation. But yeah, I mean, this is a flip, right? Because at this point, like, Talon could actually just choose to go bot lane. And if there's anything chaotic, and that wave was actually pretty hard for your team to play, then it could have been very disaster. And yeah, I mean, now, until level 6, we just want to be healthy, we don't really want to lose HP. And this is something actually, like, every Kassadin up to this point have gotten their level 5 completely wrong. Like, completely wrong, you know? And that's actually interesting, because this is such an easy fix as well. You would want to play, okay, so this is baseline Kassadin game plan, and if you're a gold player, you can follow this blueprint and just be at an advantage almost always, okay? So you want to take your first base, like let's say this is your level 6, right? And this is your pre-6, this is your level 1, right? You want to make sure that let's say this is when you recall, right? So you want this recall to be as late as possible and as close to level 6 as possible, because what we're playing for is to get the best possible buy here. Like, we want a good buy, and then we want to be full HP on level 6. And the more time there is between, like, let's say you have to recall at level 3, right? Then the enemy has this much time to poke you before you're level 6. And you only got this much items. So this is not good, because you want to maximize how many items you get, and you want to minimize how much time you have to take damage before you're level 6, right? And you only have 1 TP, and you can never, like, you can't really fix the waves very effectively without that. So we're trying to set up for our level 6 when we unlock the ults and unlock the trades, so that we can play the game as efficiently as possible. So now, at this point, when we're level 5, back to lane with full HP, it's actually better to just not take damage and give a minion than it is to take damage and take a minion. Because right now we're not trying to maximize CS for the next level, right? We're trying to maximize HP so that we have maximum amount of HP at level 6, so that our trading power is as strong as possible, which will then, through us having threat in trades, will allow us to take more CS. Does this make sense? So you mean when Kassa here took the kill on Talon, he had two options, push if he can and recall before level 6, or if he can push, he have to recall to have a good level 6. Yeah, so when we go back here, right, you get the kill on the Talon. This is pretty nice. And now you should be aiming to push this wave, right? Because like now it would be actually like pretty good to like take a reset here. Or you can actually like what he did was actually not the worst. Like this is actually completely fine. But then you should be playing this like this way very slowly, preserve HP, hit your level 6, and then you can convert that level 6 into either a very good reset, because you're gonna hit level 6 first with how many times you kill the Talon, right? You have an XP advantage at this point. Like you look at Talon, you look at yourself and you have these 4 minions, you will hit level 6 on this wave. So now you can actually play the next wave when you're level 6 against level 5, and you can win on that wave very deterministically, right? If you're full HP as well, like then it would be completely no-brainer. Like you would just never lose that wave, right? But even in this scenario, like you can still play. Yeah, I mean it's very hard to avoid being poked by champs like Victor, but that's why also you can give a bit more minions, right? You can give a bit more minions, but that's again like it's a bit different of like what you need to do against Victor than what you need to do against Talon, because Victor, even if you're in lane and you're not full HP and you don't have the most insane trading power, it's completely fine because it doesn't really like into Victor. It's a bit different because Victor doesn't snowball his lead through roaming, so you don't need an insane amount of trading power to actually take his health. Into Talon, you need the trading power to take his health, or he will kill your Jinx. Like, you need to have the strength to trade him, right? At this stage, you need the strength. And you have the opportunity to get the strength, so you should not give it away. Into Victor, it's a bit different, because into Victor, you're not playing to be strong at level 6. You're playing to be strong at level 11 when you get to the side lane, when you get to your like first 2 items, right? Into Talon, you can still play for the side lane, but you already kind of need to like be able to trade on his W usage. Because if you don't, then he will be full HP and he will explode the map. And that's gonna be the difference between you actually having control, or having like, this is the difference between you being the victim of Talon going 10-0, or being in control of Talon having 0 roam opportunities through your good trading. Because that's your control. Even though you go 0-0 in lane, the Talon might be 5-0 or 0-0. It's entirely different game. Because then, like, if Talon doesn't get a single opportunity here, then it's over. Like, you already are winning. Because once it gets to the side lane, and you have like Rod of Ages and like hell, just the tabbies, or just like 1 clot armor or 2 clot armors, whatever it is, like it's over. You're immune to him. Like, the game is not losable anymore. And you have a Jinx as well, who's like mega fed. Like, you will face roll this entire team. Hell, I mean, this game, it's even like you can go Mercs and Frozen Heart and like, you're gonna be immune to everyone. Should you ever trade with Action Tristana? Like, Action is a bit harder to trade because like he gets the shield, and he also has like Action is a bit harder to trade, but Tristana, absolutely, like, destroy her. Yeah, sure. I mean, if she goes like Fleet and she goes like stuff, then it's a bit harder. But with Tristana, she will always push, right? And she will place the bomb on your tower, and if she does, you can ult her. Just kill her. And also, the thing with Action Tristana is that Talon really snowballs through kills, but he also gets like a bit hard to deal with through like him having the burst damage and you not really having insane items into him. Action Tristana, like, you can go Tabby Frozen Heart and you're literally immune to those champions. Like, they don't do damage anymore. So into Action Tristana, like, if you just play to your strengths, I mean, if you play for strong level 6, by the way, like, up until like Diamond Masters, you can literally stomp Action Tristana as well. Action wins, yeah. At level 6 he does win. But if you go Tabby Frozen Heart, Action, you just like keep ulting at him. You're immune to his damage. You literally are immune. Like, it's not doing damage to you. But yeah, I mean, it also depends on the game, because, I mean, if you're, like, this is also mostly true below Masters, right? Because, like, Master tier, like, okay, Master tier you will still stomp Action if you're playing well. But if you play, like, GM Challenger, I think that's when, like, Action can actually snowball his lead much more effectively. like regardless of what you do in a way. Like that's when that matchups becomes like really, really hard to pilot. Still not unplayable, by the way, but very hard to pilot, and it's also, I mean, it's just very hard to play, yeah. But until then, like, just through good fundamentals and just through like good understanding of what you gotta do, and good adaptability and like fast responses, you can actually like definitely beat action. But let's get back to the game, because I don't want this to be too much about like hypotheticals. I want to look at the gameplay. So at this point, we already talked about like how we can cripple Talon's strengths, and just missing this and not really going for the. I mean, now like this is game over. Like Talon can't play anymore. You just want to like push it fast and recall, please, recall, please. Thank you. Okay, the reason this is not a good play, by the way, is this is the concept of tempo. And I'm gonna break these concepts down, because as you get to gold, having a lot of these concepts just in your repertoire, as like you have the ability to think in this sort of pattern, will help you improve at the game. I don't say you should always be aware of these things as a gold player. That's absolutely impossible. But having the ability to think in these ways about specific concepts will allow you to actually like challenge your own gameplay in your reviews. So let's say you look at yourself playing into Talon. Now you have the toolkit to get into the game and be like, okay, how can I make it as hard as possible for him to roam? How can I make it as hard as possible for him to have impact on the game? And if you didn't have that before, I mean, now you do. And this is the concept of tempo, which is the same question is being asked into Talon the entire game, because that's how we win this game, right? Like, how do we cripple Talon as much as possible? Like, how can we keep him from being impactful? And the way we do it here, right, is we have to, like, we killed him, we got the wave out. We kinda have to take this reset, even though this is painful to leave, right? And I mean, this is a bit hard, but we have to take this reset, even though like this seems like, okay, I mean, maybe we can do something here. Because what happens now is Talon is in base. And what happens if we go for this play is that we will find a recall, but by the time we find a recall, Talon finds this wave and eats it. And now he's on the way to bot lane while we're responding the wave he pushed. And I can almost bet you guys money right now that what's gonna happen in the next minute is we're gonna take this skirmish, take a kill, whatever, and then we're gonna go to base, Talon is gonna push this wave, and our bot lane is gonna get into an unfortunate situation. And like probably have to burn sums, probably have to like die, and suddenly the game is gonna look much harder. And yeah, let's take a look. So we go for the skirmish, okay, we get the kill, nice. Let's see what Talon does with this. Oh, okay, he's just hinting. Never mind. He's just griefing it. He should have just pushed the wave. It would have been so free for. He still had the time to push, and now where is he going? Uh-oh. Boom. There it is. He still had that much time because we recalled so. He's like, even though he did an entire int like 20 seconds. You guys saw it. And this is your fault as Kassadin that Talon killed your bot lane. And this is why it's kind of hard to see this, right? Because you would just like look at this game and be like, I pinged my bot lane. I took a kill on the top side skirmish. I'm so good. I got a kill and my bot lane inted. Well, in reality, you killed your bot lane. And you're not even aware of it because you're like, yeah, I went for a good play. But this is where you fail to realize what's your job in this game. And this is why you have to kind of be aware of like what's your job in a game. It's a bit hard to do in Go. Like, I'm not expecting a gold player to recall in that situation. Like, I'm not expecting a gold player to say no to the free kill, right? I'm not saying that. Like, that's not gonna happen. It's gonna be pretty hard to do that unless you're like Dopa, right? But you guys see how, like, you guys definitely see how this entire sequence let to the main win condition you have be neutralized. And now the game is... So now we have to adapt our thinking, because now, okay, this happened, right? So what's the new game plan? Now we have to be the main win con. Because now Jinx is not gonna be as strong. And this game is gonna be hard for Jinx, right? So now we adapt to the new situation, which is now we have to be fed. So now we have to play greedy for ourselves. So now the gameplay kind of changes. And this is where, like, okay, now we allow Talon to roam. So now we're not gonna care about Talon roaming anymore. Now all we're gonna care about is getting as much strength from every Talon roam as possible. So that means now we're gonna get these plates. And we're just gonna take every single wave, never give up a wave, never go for like compensation. We have to take every wave. And every plate, we have to like take the next wave. We have to stay healthy. We still don't really want to get traded. And we just want to like build an advantage through laning, right? Yeah, we see the echo. And this is beautiful trading, by the way. Like, this is exactly the type of trades you should be taking into Talon. He uses his W on the wave, and he gets fucked for it. This is what we need to do, right? This is how you trade in the matchup when Talon is in this situation. Like, he can do anything. You can, like, trade. But now, this is a very important detail, because now we shouldn't stay for this plate. Because it's a bit hard to stay for this plate. There's two reasons for this. First off, there's an objective that's gonna happen. I mean, we can actually stay for it, but it's like a bit scuffed. Because now, if we stay for this plate, it's just gonna be a bit like this fight is gonna be sketchy. Like, this is also a very bad dragon to start, by the way. But yeah, so mainly right now, the mindset should be that we want to like take the reset and be very strong on the map. And the reason this would be a bit sketchy is because we are not full HP, right? We are not very effective in roams right now. So if there's a dragon fight or something, we're not as effective as we could be if we're full HP and spent our gold. Like, we have 1,000 in the pocket. This is not good. This is not good. We have to not be weak on the map. Because we are the main win condition, so we cannot be in a position where we can be denied. We cannot be in a position where we can be neutralized. We cannot be in a position where we have to like make any type of desperate plays. Especially not when it costs a wave. Like, this is bad. And we cannot take damage here. Like, we cannot be on the receiving end of the trades that like cripple the enemy, you know? Because now we're the main win con. We have to be strong, we have to be healthy, we have to be impactful. And that doesn't mean you have to roam everywhere. That just means you have to be strong. And you have to not be a play. Because you're the main win con. Like, if the enemy kills you right now, you lost the game solo. Literally. So you cannot die. You cannot afford to even die. And you should, like, you can't even afford to be on low HP on the map anymore. But you staying is like, this is the worst thing you can do in this game. Because now you're extending the period when you're not strong. And this is like, this is not the same as the bronze player staying when he's not strong, because he was entirely useless. So this is much more of like a, like, this is like the soft version of that, right? Because like a bronze player, like, he was staying on this much HP and he was just like literally dying, right? Like, he was bleeding out the life. Like, it was over. Like, when you stay in that state, like, you're just gonna be out of the game. But this guy is like, this guy is not out of the game, he's just neutralized. But he's neutralized from a position where he has a lead. So when you're having a lead, you should not let that lead go by being lower HP and lower impact than you could be. So in this situation, going back all the way here, like, your main goal now is to get out of this low HP lane state. Your main goal is to get out of this quicksand where you have a lot of gold and you can't actually like you have raw if you get this minion. Like, you have item in base. You have to base. You have to spend your gold. You have to be strong on the map and maximize your impact. And this is also, like, this is a very good example of a god level mistake. Because being low impact on the map is just gonna make you weak. And it's gonna, like, for the next minute, like, he could literally be, like, walking right here, right now. Like, with Rod of Ages, with full HP. And by now, like, okay, now he's, like, here. Okay, sure, like, Talon clears the wave, whatever. By now, he would be back in lane. With full HP Rod of Ages. And if Talon roams, he's just gonna eat it and, like, what is he gonna do? What is Talon gonna do right now? Like, nothing. He's not gonna do anything. But what are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna eat plates. We're gonna eat Talon. We're gonna have infinite impact. And the game is just so much easier. Because we're strong on the map. And now if the Talon roams, we could be on the map with full, like, Rod of Ages already stacking up. And now we can go for infinite plates. Because now we're also not even in trouble, because if Talon comes back, with this HP, well, yum. Nice, I can eat Talon as well. Yeah, let's bring Echo as well, like, let's eat all of them. Right? Like, it's over. Like, you will just be so incredibly fed. It's just so insane. And yeah, I mean, this point we have to use our flash, we have to do all this stuff defensively, because we missed the 3-call opportunity, and we missed the opportunity to be as strong on the map as possible in a game where you have to be as strong as possible. And this misunderstanding of, like, what we have to do in the game, this is a very good example of, like, a god level mistake. And yeah, I mean, I'm not sure this fight is even something we should be playing for. We should always take the wave first. And then we can move into this. Because if we take the wave first, right, then if the enemy is playing this, they are actively losing a wave. But even then, it's probably still better to just take the wave and just, like, start taking the tower. Because, I mean, it's just a 2v2. It's just not very... It's not easy to fight with these two chumps. And now, like, the worst part about this is losing HP here killed our advantage again. So now we're again, for another minute, until we take the next reset, we're just gonna be fucked again. It's over. Your impact is 0. And now for, like, minutes of time, like, this actually, like, I mean, sure, we didn't give 6 grubs, but it's still so bad. Like, from Kassadin's standpoint, like, you should be playing Kassadin's game here. And it's just not good here. Yeah, you have to take the reset. Like, you really should take the reset here. Like, you should get the reset, get to the bot lane. Yeah, I mean, now that happens. And we're still low HP on the map. Like, you see this? He's 0 impact. He still doesn't have his item. He has 2000 gold in his pocket. Like, this is prime example of how you lose. Like, this game was won 17 times at least, if you just do the right play. And now this game is 10 million times harder. From being low HP, having to sweat for every CS. And now this way you're gonna bleed mid tower, you're gonna bleed bot tower, you're gonna bleed every single resource on the map. Because you're not a threat. Because you have no HP. Because you have no power. And when you're the most powerful person on the map, like, you're 4 and 1. Like, this is the time when you have to be impactful. And it took, like, 17 years to, like, get that impact on the reset. And that's not very good. Like, if I'm in this game, I'm like 7-0 right now. Like, I have both of these towers available. Like, we didn't lose any of them. And, like, the game is just so easy to play. But this game is just so hard to play for no reason. Through just, like, a few bad decisions, right? Like, even here. Like, this is also the other part of the game where if you look at the enemy's comp, like now the game is completely different, right? Now they have unbelievably good skirmishing. If you look at them, they have wait, let me pin this here so I can draw. So they have like Ash and Talon unbelievably fed right now on like 2-item spike, both of them. And we have our team like just before the spikes. Like Kha'Zix is not very strong, but Echo is also not very strong. But they also have a Leona, and they also have Malphite for ults whenever there's a fight, right? So their skirmishing right now is very, very strong. Where do we have the advantage though? Because we have one big advantage. We're still winning the side lane. And because we still win the side lane, we can play through the side lane, which should actually be what we talked about earlier. Like, Kassadin default response should be that, okay, in lane, you play for the level 6, you play for trades at level 6, you keep yourself strong, you keep yourself impactful. If your job is to keep the, like, destroy the enemy impact, you can go for trades like ult in EQs and EQ ult away, you know, like those sorts of like short trades that give you like a small advantage and start building it up. And eventually, when you get to the side lane, if you play the early game correctly, and you play the mid game correctly, you can actually play the side lane and you're very strong. And if you do that, then you will have such an advantage and it will be so nice. Now, in this scenario, we're very close to item spike. We actually are like 100 gold away from Seraph. And we have already Rod of Ages, although we bought it very late, and like for no reason we bought it like really, really late. If we recalled like 2 minutes earlier, we could have had it like 2 minutes ago. But yeah, I mean, now it's just like, we should not be looking for a fight even. We should be here hitting this wave. We should be eating our resources on a side lane, where we can actually win. Get to our item spike, the Seraph, and then we later have I mean, Sword Seer is actually not very good. Like, you should probably go for either Mercs or I mean, you should probably go for Mercs and just like Frozen Heart. I think Mercs Frozen Heart is probably the best items here. But yeah, I mean, at this point you should just like play through side lane. And like playing through side lane means that you can get this wave out. You can play the 1v1 because you win against Talon, you win against Malphite, you win against like everyone. And then when you push it out, and they are forced to react to the wave because you're stronger, then you use that tempo advantage, and you move all the way from bot to mid. And when the enemy is reacting to this wave, you're already making a play with a man advantage. And that's your fight, because now you're just playing like first off, same mistake, hero play. Like, we're here on the map, you see, like we're already playing on the enemy's like line. And our team is just behind. Like, they are an entire tempo behind. We can't play this fight alone. We need our Kha'Zix to create space, we need Illaoi to tank for us, we need like Jinx to do damage. There's zero reason for us to be here. We should be, if anything, be here, eating resources. Because there's no reason for us to contest. Because we're just winning the game through side lane anyways. And we're the main Wincon, like, this is the other most important thing. We should still play Kassadin's game. And because we're the main character this game, we need to play according to our champion. And what does Kassadin want to do? Well, absolutely 100% sure not contest at level 11 1 items a Herald against like 3 fed skirmishers. 100% not that. Default response, again. We don't have to think. Do we win a fight right now? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, I'm not certain. Then let's go to the side lane until I'm 100% sure we win every fight. Let's just do that. How far away am I from item? Oh, 150 gold? Then maybe this is not gonna be the time I'm taking a fight. And this is gonna be a very important factor in gold games. You need to be fighting around your spikes and around your champion's identity. And when there's a fight like this, you gotta say no to it. And it's gonna be rough, because sometimes you will have to give up an objective. But it's gonna be fine, because you're the main Wincon, right? You have to play your game here. If you played the early game a bit more accurately, you could have played the Jinx this game as well. Like, you could have had Jinx be much more strong by not allowing Talon to kill him. But we didn't do that, so... I lost my latest game with 2.4k gold and decap purchasable. Yeah, I mean, that's a very, very easy way to lose a game. Fight right before your spike. Fight at level 15. Fight in the mid lane at level 15 before an item. Perfect way to lose a game. Fight front to back. Perfect way to lose a game. Yeah. You have to play Kassadin's game. You have to find those flanks. You have to wait for your team to create some space for you. You need to play in the jungle so you have terrain scaling. You need to play for your scaling. Like, the enemy has no way of ending this game. So just go side lane. Just play the side lane. They also have very low threat on the side lane. You don't even have to be afraid. You can just walk up on the side lane and smile. And you can't lose. So, yeah, I mean, this is a very good example of, like, a game-losing fight. And now, like, we're approaching a level of play where this is unacceptable. And this is not an easy game to win. But now it's so much harder. And the game was won, like, right here, by the way. Like, the game was already won. If we play correctly. Which means we want to stay strong on the map. Play for Kassadin's strengths. Take our resets when we need to take our resets. That's gonna be a trend, by the way. Like, take your resets. Take your resets when you... Like, if you have gold, if you have low HP, take your reset. Like, if you find a reset, just take it. It's fine. It's fine if it's not the best reset on the planet. It's much better to take a medium reset than it is to, like, stay on lane for like 3 minutes with, like, no impact. At least in the mid game. Like, level 1 to like 5, like, just don't take a reset if you don't have to. Alright, so I think this VOD, we talked about already a lot of concepts. If I was to, like, based off of this VOD, give a learning objective to this guy, he would actually understand that, like, trading Talon, like, would allow, like, you can trade as a tool to, like destroy enemy impact. That would be, like, one of the biggest learning, because that could unlock, like, a complete new way of thinking for this person, right? The second thing would be, like, stay impactful if you're strong. Like, if you're strong, you should stay, like, both, like, healthy, which means, like, you want to be healthy, you want to be high impact, and just, like, stay alive. Like, healthy plus alive, right? Especially if you're the main Wincon, right? If you're the main Wincon in a game, you cannot afford to die. And it's much better to give an objective than to die. Because you're the Wincon, like, you're not gonna win through the Herald. It's irrelevant for you winning, right? It doesn't matter. If the enemy gets the Herald, doesn't fucking matter. You are the Wincon. Your strength is what's gonna win you the game, not the Herald. So, this is why it's incredibly important to actually understand what we need to play for, and play for that. And yeah, I mean, you also want to be strong as in healthy and alive, but you also want to spend your gold, right? You also don't want to fight just before your strongest, like, spike. Because then you're just, like, again, you're, like, scaling like this. Enemy scales like this. And you're taking the game-deciding fight here. Why? You're spiking in 150 item, like 150 gold. Like, why do you, like, decide the game here? Why? So yeah, this is this VOD. And this is why this VOD was actually, like, you know what's gonna happen this game, by the way? He's gonna be fed, but it's gonna be a bloody hard game because no one else is strong, because he didn't really, like, take his opportunities to get himself strong enough to actually carry. And now, yeah, he's gonna be strong, but the enemy is also, like, mega strong. Because he gave them too much. And that's his fault. Like, he just gave them too much. And in this game, you can't do that. It's way too much of a delicate game to do that. You have to be much more precise. And yeah, that's for this one. Whew. All right, let's go. We can look at another gold VOD because I think this is a good way to review games. Okay, let's look at this game, which is this is a very behind Kassadin game. So this is a behind game into Katarina. Okay, from the same guy. And then we can look at the platinum bot after. We are looking at platinum after. Holy moly, we have platinum, emerald, diamond, and we have master GM. Okay, that's cool. That's a lot of time. We got through bronze, like iron, bronze, silver, and gold now. So basically we got through 4 and we have like emerald, like platinum, emerald, diamond, master GM. So we have 5 left. And those are also like much more contentful as well. Because there's so much more to talk about getting out of emerald than there is like getting out of iron, you know? Or at least from like a coaching perspective. Like when you're playing in iron, like I could tell you about every single item you need to understand, and I could tell you about every single champ, but it's much different from... Like that's knowledge that you can find by just like reading like what an item does. That's not knowledge that I as a coach should give, right? The kata matchup is so good it feels wrong. I mean, we can look at the kata game. We can look at this Katarina game. It's playing into Katarina, and this was one of the most behind games he's played. So this game, okay. First off, I already see this game is mega free. Why? They have triple AP topside. So, like, triple AP topside. They have this guy as well. So that means 2 things, right? Mercs, mega value. Abyssal Mask, mega value. And we also have like kinda tanky comps, so we have a lot of people that can buy actually magic resist. Is it good grasping to kata? It's fine. You don't have to, but it's fine. Like both of them are completely fine. But since she has electrocute, I think it's AP Katarina. But yeah, I mean either way, like you have mega value from mercs, you have mega value from defensive items, and also their ADC is not like a super high DPS ADC. So as long as you kill the ADC, you're basically immune. Like you're not gonna be killable. If you go like the... I mean, if you go my setup, like this match is unlosable, right? Like from champ select this one. Through just good game understanding, right? So what we need to do, very simple. We want the wave on our side. We don't want to get poked by Katarina. We want to have our Qs used in a very... Like, we want to use our Qs reactively, which we... Actually, we didn't even talk about that. And I think at gold is a very good time to start talking about, like, reactive ability usage. So, this means a lot of our trades will actually change in gold, just because you already have some mental stack with your champion, and you already have some understanding of, like you have the mechanical capability to like press an ability when you see something. And now we can actually get into the reactive Q usage into like Katarina, for example. Like you can Q react to his Qs early, and then you can later on reactive Q to his like damage, like from his like daggers, you know, like reactive, but like still his Q. And then from level 6 you can actually cancel her R. And this is how we want to use our Q. If we don't get one of these from our Q usage, we don't want to use the spell, because then the enemy will get an opportunity just through us not having the Q available for one of these things, right? So we don't want to use our Q proactively unless the Katarina cannot punish it, right? But it is good building so defensive with a Rune set. I mean, you can think of Abyssal Mask like avoid stuff, you know? It's just like in this game, like it's gonna be the difference between you getting 1 rotation of spells and like 4 rotations of spells, you know? Like, why would you not buy it? It's just so unbelievably broken here. Like, it's so disturbingly OP here that you, like, it's a sin to not buy it, you know? Like, it's just so unbelievably good. And you also have Kaisa, which will mean that you also will have like a lot of mixed damage. So you also get a lot of benefit from just having the magic pen part for your team, right? But because of this, also, this is a very important, because of how much value we can get just through itemization, and how good the comp is that we have into the enemy comp. Like, just because of that, I'm already thinking that, okay, this game is so free if we just scale, that I really don't want to give any chance to my opponent to win the game, right? So all I need to do, again, minimize, use my trades to, like, destroy Katarina's impact. Katarina is one of those champs as well, like, if she doesn't get to gank, she's not gonna be very strong and we can win trades against her, right? So we can just play through that and yeah, we can just like win through like mid to late game. Level 1, very important. What does she start with? She started D-Shield, so we cannot play for poke. We don't even really care about it, because if she's playing for lane and defensive in lane, we're just handshaking a lane, right? We just need to play it smart, block damage with our Q, and just use auto attacks to last it before she Qs, right? That's all we do. If she Qs, she Qs, and she Q'd here. And now we're not using our Q. Very important. You don't need to use your Q anymore. You just want to use it for minions and nothing else. Or like when she Qs you, and that's what you're using it for, right? But this is completely fine. Yeah, it's not the best, but it's completely fine. Like, yeah, it's whatever. I mean, since he started this shit, like taking damage also doesn't really matter too much. Yeah. We have level 2. I'm not a big fan of hitting the wave here. Like, in general. Here, we also have to like block those damage with Q. Like, it would be very nice to actually not take this damage. Yeah. We shouldn't also W here. Because we want to be strong for trades now. We don't want her to get the wave in for free. And now, like, because we used our W, we cannot actually trade back here. And again, we can already start getting at Katarina's HP, so we can already start destroying her opportunity to like do anything, right? But that means we don't, like, unless we have to use W for like a minion, like this one was completely unnecessary as well. Because now, like, it's very hard to walk up for this cannon. And now we used all of our spells that we could use for trading on the wave. And like, look at how, like, we still are completely even on this trade. Imagine if we used every single one of those spells. Like, imagine we used all of those spells on the Katarina. Like, she would already be like she would be already set, depressed, you know? It's over. Again, missed opportunity of the reactive Q. We want to be using those Qs reactively. And that's something that, if you're a gold Kassadin player, you gotta learn to use your Q reactively. It's just gonna be a non-negotiable very, very soon. And he's still not used it reactively once. Half of that ability is the shield. And he's playing into an AP champion that does mainly magic damage, because she has no AD, so she didn't go longsword, or she didn't go like Doran's Blade, where she would go like a lot of AD damage, right? She literally only has AP. So what we need to do here, and what we need to do throughout the entire laning phase, is be mindful of using our Q reactively. Because that's gonna be the entire difference between getting these trades and winning them, or not getting these trades. And that's gonna be such a massive difference, right? It's not even close. It's such a huge difference. So yeah, that's super, super important. And yeah, I mean, now we're already in a very bad position compared to where we could be. Because this is the other thing, right? If you go D-Shield, you have to delay your base until level 5.5 at least. Like, the only reason you can justify going D-Shield is if you get to delay your base so close to level 6 that it's actually like making up for losing the wave clear power at like level 6 to like level 7 on Darkseal. That's why I generally like Darkseal refill. Is that like, if you like can learn to delay your base a bit later, and by this time, if he just used his Q reactively, he could have dodged like at least 4 Qs of damage, which is like, what, 300 damage? Like 360 damage, you know? That's half of his HP that he's missing. Just through ability usage. Again. And the good thing is, like, okay, let's say you go D-Shield second wind, or like you go D-Shield. I would not go D-Shield without second wind, by the way, but when I did my climbs, yeah, I basically buy Dark Seal every single game. Yeah. I basically do that. If you, I don't know where you came from, like Twitter or whatever, but or Reddit or wherever you came from, like when I did my like the Challenger 85% climb, it was like a bit of a fun one. I just did like a Dark Seal only. I just think it's like so much better. But yeah, I mean, the thing is with Dark Seal and D-Shield is that if you can give up minions on Dark Seal without feeling like mentally like hurt from it, you're gonna be having a better time. Because the only thing with D-Shield is like, if you can get the value from it, like, I don't want to get too much into it, but like Dark Seal will give you so much better wave clear, and it will allow you to not play the lane that much. That unless D-Shield gives you like a very, very free laning phase, like let's say against Orianna, you can stay on like 300 HP for indefinitely, because she doesn't have kill threat onto you, right? So you can just stick around on very low HP and get a massive value from D-Shield second wind, whereas if you go Dark Seal, you will just constantly be poked, and you will just like basically have to be forced to reset at like level 4. And on D-Shield you can like stick around until like level 6. Like that's such a huge difference that in those types of matchups, because the enemy has no kill threat for the HP amount where D-Shield and second wind is the most valuable, which is like low HP, right? If you're into a matchup where like you can just stick around those low HPs and you just are completely chilling, those matchups it's very valuable, because then you can get a much better reset, you can do a much easier laning phase, and you can just like play around your strengths much easier. But you can also just like preserve the same amount of HP by giving up like 5 to 10 minions, and then you basically are at the same place, but you have more wave clear at level 7, and you have more like more snowball potential and more gold. And you have refillable as well, which you don't have to buy. This was the first reactive Q usage, by the way. And if we just... Whoa. Chill out, Nasus. Oh no. Okay. But yeah, if we just block like one more Q, we don't die here. And we had like at least 5 opportunities, right? And this is so wonderful that we chose this VOD, by the way, because this lane, if a Katarina goes this setup, should be unbelievably easy to play. Like, this should not even be close to being hard, right? The only way it's hard is if we don't use our Q correctly. And at a gold level, you should be able to use your Q reactively. Like, that's your only job in the lane phase. You want the wave on your side, okay, you want to last hit, but you just want to use your Q reactively. And if you play in a matchup like this where you actually can win the trades, you also don't really want to use your spells on the wave, because the moment you use a spell on the wave, you cannot use it on the enemy, and that gives them a window to trade. Again, Q reactive, please, please, please. He doesn't use his Q until Katarina has no more CDs. So now our Q is completely useless. Like, we don't get half the value. And I mean, we can talk about like a lot of, like, you know, there's like we can imagine this like a water bottle, you know, like I'm gonna like, this is gonna be the most disgusting water bottle, but let's say when you're iron, right, you have problems that are leaking the water bottle at the bottom. Like, there's a hole here, right? No matter how much water you put into it, you will never climb until you like fix these issues. Now, when we're talking about a gold wall, right, this is like the gold level, right? So now this is the hole, this like reactive Q usage that's like here, and it's like a big hole, right? So we need to fix this one before we can fix like the, okay, am I playing to like ruin Katarina's chance to like roam? Am I playing for whatever? Like, this hole is so big that until you fix this, it's gonna be very, very difficult to climb. Because you will always lose lanes for no reason. I'm not saying you should always consistently, like every single time, block everything with your Q. That's really hard to do. But you can actually at least like have it in your mind and aim to do it. Because when you look at this trade, when Katarina uses all her CDs and we have Q available entire time, there's not even the slightest hint of intention behind our Q usage. And that's the problem here. And when we have that intention, that's when we can actually, like, even if we don't do it perfectly, because we have the intention, we're deliberately improving at that aspect of the game. Like, this guy could use 1 million Qs and be worse than you guys doing 100 mindful ones. And that's the difference between this guy having like 4 million points on Kassadin and being in gold, and some of you guys will have like 100,000 and be in diamond. And do better Kassadin than this guy, just through you having better ability usage, for example. And yeah, that's the difference. And the thing is, right, if this person was listening to this and he heard like, okay, actually I can just use my Q reactively to this, and if I pay attention to that, I will improve at that, then even for him it will take 100 games, and he will improve. So this is just about knowledge that you have or don't have, about aspects you deliberately practice or don't practice, that will make the difference between you staying at your rank for years and years and years, or changing your rank and climbing. So yeah. And I think this VOD, you know, like when I do coaching, I also do this a lot when it's like, this VOD, like, we can look at all the holes at the top of the bottle, you know? Like, we can look at holes like here and here and here, but they don't matter until we fix this one. Like the one that's like on the bottom. Because no matter how much water we will fill into this bottle, like as long as this hole is here, like the water level will only be like this level, right? It will only be like this level. But once we fix this, then we can like, okay, now we can actually start pouring the water in. And now we can rank up, you know? Like the water level will rise up to like this point, and then like, okay, we will start like fixing these holes. So yeah, like this VOD, if you cannot reactively Q, like it's irrelevant to look at the rest of the game. Because now, just by fixing this small mistake, your game looks entirely different. And yeah, I mean, that's why this game is not worth to review anymore. I get stuck in the mindset that my reaction time and micro is bad by default. Yeah, but this is like... this is like saying your hands are slow when playing the piano. Because this is kind of like practicing the piano, you know? When you practice the piano, at the start, what do? You press one button on the piano, or like one of these like notes, right? And you press it, and then you press the next one. And then you press the notes in order of the song. Very, very slowly, but accurately. If I told you to like, the only thing in your life you have to do is to block this one Q from this champion, you would do it 3 times. Even if you didn't get it on the first time, you would get good at it by the 3rd time. And if you did it 100 more times, it would be brainlessly easy for you to do that one ability if you put your focus onto it, right? It's not that your reaction time or micro is bad. It's that your prioritization of importance is not there yet. It's that you're trying to play a fast song on the piano from the get-go, and you don't get it right all the time. We want intention and accuracy. And first off, we have to play the piano song like slowly, but accurately. So it's like, you have to use your cue, like every cue you use in lane has to have the intention first. And when you have intention on all of your cues, and once you're like, okay, now I'm not blocking every ability, but every cue I use blocks an ability. Or every cue I use like has meaning behind it. Either like I'm taking a CS or I'm blocking an ability. And when I don't have my cue, I'm not walking up and taking up 7 billion damage. like that difference will be game changer on like how fast you're improving at this. And yeah, I mean, I think chat gets it. Yeah, sure. Lul. But it's like, it's better to explain it than it is to like, I think it's still better to explain it like in more ways than it is to like, to skip over details. But yeah, I think this was like 2 games for gods, and it was like very, yeah, it was a lot of stuff. So yeah, let's get into platinum. So platinum is a lot about like, I mean, it's still poise, and you still have to like play a good game of Kassadin, right? And you still have to stick with your champion's identity, but platinum is the time when you start like, yeah, plat is where a lot of people get stuck, because platinum is the rank when people start to have, like, you need to have to be able to critically think, and you have to also think somewhat with your opponent's brain. Like, that's when you actually start to, that's when you start to like think about a lot of this stuff, like what does my enemy's game plan look like? Like, that's when a lot of the, that's when you have to get a lot more deliberate with your thinking, and that's when you have to get a lot more like, a lot more accurate with what you're doing in the game, right? It's not like, it's not super accurate, like you don't have to be insane, but that's when there's a lot more mindfulness involved. But we can also just look at a like a platinum Kassadin game and just like break it down, because I mean, that's what we do here. So yeah, let's go to the display. Let's find a platinum player. Yeah. So, I mean, I saw a platinum 3 player here, but we can also just go to this guy. He's platinum 3. He played 140 Kassadin games. He has games even 1 day ago. He's playing the most weird setup on the planet. But yeah, I mean, he's been platinum and emerald for basically his entire life. Like for like over 7 years, this guy has been platinum. He has the secrets. He has the secrets of being platinum. He has the secrets. The Fleet Ignite is crazy, yeah. I don't even know if we should review him because it's Fleet Ignite. Like, the setup has no alignment with Kassadin. Like, I don't think we should review him just because of that. I mean, this guy has 4 games. Yeah, guys, by the way, Cloud is the fucking goat. Cloud is like literally challenger Kassadin player. It's like literally the goat. Yeah, this guy is platinum, and he actually plays a human setup, so we can look at him. He also plays Vladimir as well, so maybe this is Cloud's Smurf account. Not stuck master. Yeah. Okay, let's yeah, let's do this guy. I think this is a good one. This is a good player. Okay. So yeah. I should like, I will also probably start playing a bit more of solo queue, and just like, I might also stream it a bit myself as well. Gotta get back to Challenger. Gotta get back to Challenger. Yes, upload. Yeah, I know. You guys are waiting for that so much. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna upload a lot of... like, I'm gonna stream a lot, I think, and I'm also gonna upload a lot. At least I'm aiming to do that. I mean, depending on, like... I guess depending on the feedback I get on, like, on this type of content, I might do more of, like, Kassadin VOD reviews, might, like, review more, like, high-elo games. Might also do some informative games myself. And just, like, show, like, how to actually apply a lot of the things that I'm talking about here. Yeah, okay. So we have this guy. And this actually kind of looks like these type of games when you have like lucidities and like low deaths and stuff. It kind of reminds me of the crown setup. Wait, Cloud, were you there when the crown setup was like insane? You were there, right? This was so insane. I loved crown. So good. Alright, let's... I mean, we can take a look at one of these games. Okay, first off, just from OPGG alone, you can see that the CS numbers are already getting a lot better. So like now people are not dropping as many waves. They don't do a lot of I was a raw believer when they reworked his E. Yeah. Nah, like Crown was so OP. If we had Crown, I would still be playing it. Okay, let's take a look at one of these games. I want to look at this one. I think this is... I mean, this is a good one because, I mean, this is very... This is a very easy to... I mean, this is very easy from a Wincom perspective, but maybe not as easy from a lane perspective. Like, this game is not hard to win. But, okay, let's go... I want to look at the matchup that's like... I mean, we can look another Katarina matchup, but... What do you guys want to see? What are you curious about? Guide in ML1. I'm gonna make my guide when the next split drops and we say like how stuff like the Atakan will influence Kassadin and like how the new meta will be for him. Because I mean, now I could put like, I don't know, 50 hours into a Kassadin guide, but I would much rather do it when it's actually like after the changes, you know? So yeah, it's just gonna be after the 50-hour Kassadin guide. I mean, this one's gonna be insane as well. Okay, let's do which game? Okay, so I think there's... Okay, let's just start with the concepts of this elo. I'm gonna stop the display and we're gonna draw a bit. By the way, when we're drawing like this, by the way, this is completely psychotic, but I'm actually drawing on my stream platform and like looking at this. But yeah, okay, it's fine. I'm gonna... Okay, so the first thing in Platinum, and I'm gonna just like draw Platinum here, is that you will need to do like you will need to do a few stuff. And first off, you gotta be efficient. Like up until Platinum, you know, like there are inefficiencies, let's say in Iron, when people are like standing in base for 10 seconds finding their items. You guys know that one? When people are like sitting in base, like searching the shop for item and for like 10 seconds. You do this stuff. All of you do this stuff. Maybe except for Cloud. Cloud doesn't do it anymore. Maybe Sully doesn't do it either because he's like GM or something. But everyone below like Diamond, you guys are wasting time just as much as the people that are like sitting in base for 10 seconds like looking for an item. That's efficiency, okay? And that type of efficiency, I'm not saying this to flame you, but like you guys do this and you don't even know. So this efficiency, I hope I spell it right. This type of efficiency is something that in Platinum you start optimizing. This is, let's say, you hitting all of the minions with your ult and not only the backline minions. Very simple example, right? You can push the waves like 3-4 seconds faster. Boom. That 3-4 seconds tempo is basically somebody sitting in base and looking for items for 4 seconds. It's so bad. Like if you look at someone like look for item for 4 seconds, it's so bad. Yet you waste 4 seconds on wave clear. Yet you waste 4 seconds on not recalling in the right position. Yet you waste 4 seconds on like rotating too slowly, or you know, whatever it is. You waste 4 seconds like taking an unoptimal path to like sideline. these are efficiencies that when you start getting into Platinum, you will have to learn. The second thing is, I mean, you kind of have to be obsessed with efficiency, but you also should be obsessed with like now you want to be using your abilities correctly. So like ability usage is mega important, okay? I would say this is also the last stage of default responses, okay? So, or like not the last stage actually, the default responses will go for a very long time. But this is like when you want to build like a very good level of default responses to like a lot of situations. So you want a good ability usage, like you want to be very confident with trading, okay? You want the trading confidence, you want to be able to like play for solo kills, okay? Not play for them, but you will need to be able to like play for kill. You have to be able to play for like just like ruin enemy, you know? You need to be able to like play for just prio, you know? Or trade for prio or whatever it is. These are all things that you need to be able to do. And I mean, it's like, let's say when you play for kill, you will ult in for an EQ, and then you will like increase your like lane strength. You will ult in for another EQ, and by the time you do the EQ like 3 times, your ult is stacked up, the enemy is low HP, and now you can like, by the time you did this, you stack up the wave and you dive them and they are dead. And it's over, right? You need to be able to do some of this kind of stuff. You need to be able to play for, yeah, I want to like trade the Talon when he uses his W, so I can get the EQs. I can basically deny him from roaming. And I have to do like trades when I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna trade here. Or like ult in onto the wave, E through the caster minions, EQ through the casters, and like get a bit of poke onto my opponent, which will make it harder for them to take the skirmish. And then I can move to the skirmish because my ult in EQ, my ult hit all the minions, my E hit the casters and cleared the casters, while also getting some poke onto the enemy, and then now I have prio, right? This is not, okay, like, when you're Platinum, you're not gonna actively do all of this stuff. This is the stuff that you need to learn to get to Emerald, again. This is the stuff that you kinda have to get better at, just like doing this stuff. You don't need to always do it, you don't need to do it like mega consistently, but you need to have them in your mind. Fuck, I've been talking for 4 hours, guys. This is actually kinda hard. Okay, so now ability usage and efficiency is very nice, but we also need a very good amount of understanding of what Kassadin wants, and when are we winning a fight, and when are we losing a fight. I'm gonna like do plat here again, just so people can see. We need to be able to tell like when are we strong, actually like when are we strong. This is a very important question you start to ask. And we can actually kind of time the strength when we're strong. And we can start timing it with either objectives. And we can time our strength with like other game concepts. Like let's say I'm strong on 2 items, so I want to be on my 2 item spike for this objective that's in like 2 minutes, right? Like you can do that. You can do like, okay, there's a grab fight coming up in like 1 minute. So now I'm gonna try to play for a recall this wave, and then I can be there for the grabs, right? You can do these types of like micro adjustments that will then allow you to be strong when it actually matters. Because up until this point, you just kind of play lane, right? You play kind of in an island, but not in an island as in like you don't play on an island, but your mind is in your lane. When you reach Platinum, and the reason a lot of players get stuck in this elo is now just playing your lane alone and only thinking about that will not allow you to climb further. This is when you start to have, like this is when you have to start thinking about the game a bit more holistically. You have to start like thinking a bit more big picture, right? Thinking a bit more like, okay, how do I actually, like, how do I win a game? Like, how do I actually win a game of League of Legends? And a lot of these things will be a bit different, right? And we can look at this guy that we found. And I want to have a VOD where it's like, he's like, but these are so old VODs, what? Okay, we only can look at the most recent VOD. And the most recent, like 2 to 3 VODs, so yeah. So we will look at this one. This one is a bit more like behind VOD, but it's into Fizz, which is a very favorable matchup for Kassadin. But it's also a very precise one, so it's one of those where if you're good at the matchup, it's very easy. But it can be very hard if you're not. Like, if you use your Qs wrong, if you use your spells wrong, this matchup is actually very punishing. So this is a very good matchup to look at. So let's see how it starts out. This Kassadin is the first one who actually has Dark Seal as a starting item. Thank you, Kassadin, thank you. Shout out to this P301 guy. He's the goat for going Dark Seal. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. I mean, yeah, we got a lot of goat here. Yeah, we got the 2 Dark Seal stacks already. Pretty good start for the game. I still just want to like look at the matchup. I mean, even though like it kind of starts out like weird. Very important to not hit this wave, first off. We do not want to push. We want to not push. We want to definitely not push this. Right? We want to get the wave on our side as much as possible. We want to, yeah, just essentially get the wave on our side as fast as possible. Just play for good reactive Qs. Depending on what the Fizz started, we can actually like adapt our trading. If he started W, then we can actually start building a health advantage with the slow build. If he started E, it would be a bit different. But yeah, I mean, now we can actually just like play to crash this wave before Fizz reaches level 2. It's like a slight adaptation we can make in this situation. But then we would have to like hit this wave like crazy. Yeah, exactly. And this is a beautiful situation. I mean, we can even take the reset, but we don't have to. I think ideally we just use this timer to like place a deep ward and just like play the bouncing wave, which you can already see like they have much more mindfulness behind their actions at this level of play. And that's a very, very good sign. Now, the thing is with Fizz here. Fizz could actually play for that E and just like hit level 3 on the bound, like the jump on the E, and actually get a mega trade onto Kassadin when he's trying to Q like that. This is where he's actually putting himself into situations where he's easy to punish, but Fizz is just not using it really to like punish him. So he got lucky here a bit. But this is where we have to be very, very deliberate with how we are trading, because now this is a very, very vulnerable position. So like if we get traded now, like it can get sketchy, right? But now, yeah, I mean, we're just gonna be full HP. We're gonna eat the wave under tower. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Yeah. Very nice. Last hitting under tower is already like massively, massively better than before. Yeah. We can adapt to like tower shots, minion attacks, a lot of those stuff much more efficiently. And yeah, I mean, at this point, we're in a very nice position. We have like Dark Seal stacks, we have a lot of gold. So yeah, I mean, we can look to... I think we could actually just crash this wave instantly. And that would be completely fine. If Fizz tries to hold it, then he's just gonna get fucked for it. But yeah, I mean, this is also completely fine. Yeah. It doesn't, like, it's not the best. If we pushed it a bit faster, then it actually crashes. But I mean, this is also, like, completely fine. The wave will bounce back to us, like, very, very soon. And we're gonna get some nice items. Now, I'm not a big fan of going defensive here. Like, I would much prefer, like, the AP buy. Like, just, I mean, even going for a Blasting Wand and just like a Sapphire Crystal or something. Or just the Blasting Wand into boots. Because we already have like a very good situation where we can take aggressive trades. And yeah. Yo, what's up, Consling? Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty good. We're in a very good position. And now the mindset should be that, okay, we're playing for the level 6. But we also didn't have to TP, which is very, very nice. And you can see that there's already much more adaptation and much more efficiency of like decision making. Like, we're not wasting TP if we don't have to. We're not trading when we don't really like have to. We're not wasting cooldowns when we should be trading. We're not walking up anymore when we have no CDs. Like, there's a lot of those smaller interactions that are much more consistent here already. And I mean, so far, I mean, this is a very, very good VOD so far. He's been doing a great job. Yeah. We do some nice quality pinging as well. Actually, that I don't think it was him, actually. But yeah, I mean, we're in a very, very nice spot. We're just gonna play for this wave slowly, which is also a very good choice, because we want, like now, ideally we want this wave to be slow pushing as we hit level 6. So we can like take a short trade onto the Fizz, crash the wave, and then either do something with the priority, or kill the Fizz, or just get a very good reset, while Fizz has nothing he can do with the prio that he's gonna get from a reset. So this is already a very, very good spot for us. And we just want to like, this is a beautiful E as well, because we want to soften up Fizz as much as possible for the level 6. Right? We are trying to create the best possible level 6 spike. And that's what we are playing for right now. And he's already like, he already understands this. And you can see from the intention of the wave, like, we're building this big wave, and he's also not posturing very defensively here. Like, you can see he's not allowing Fizz to take this wave. He's not allowing Fizz to touch this wave. He's not playing very defensive. He's actually taking space and has his ability, like the Q ability available, and he's not using it because he knows that while he has the Q, he can either like soften the Fizz up with it, because he's gonna also hit level 6 on this minion, so this Q is actually fine to use. And yeah, I mean, if he was more mindful here, he could have literally ulted in here. And that would have been the best play. You can ult in auto attack, and then do a very extended trade onto the Fizz, who's just gonna be completely useless for the rest of the game. If I was in this situation, the Fizz is out of the game. It's over. But he actually failed to use this level 6 spike, which led to him of getting a very advantageous trade here. Which is kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. These are the slight improvements you can do. That especially your level 6 spike is like should be something that you kind of obsess over at this rank. Because your level 6 is like very, very important. And now, yeah, you want to identify what's your strong side, what are you playing for. But also you want to like this is a very important concept in Platinum, that you can play for two things, right? You can either play to play lane, or like you can either play to lane, or you can play to like go outside of lane. So like you can either play to lane, or you can play to like roam, or like in a way like escape lane, right? Which also means that you can either play to lane, and laning means that you want to interact with your opponent, right? In this case, we're so much stronger than the Fizz that we want to lane. We don't really want to handshake either a position where we both roam, because Fizz is like really good at that. And we also don't want a situation where Fizz can get away with free stuff, because we can actually stomp lane right now. So our mindset right now should actually be to play lane unless an incredibly favorable situation presents itself. But we also want to play lane in a way that we can convert the lane into priority whenever we want to take an objective. So now in this situation, you can go from this this wave. You could have, or like if you traded Fizz at level 6 when you hit level 6 and he's not level 6, then you can just play lane however you want, because the lane is over, right? Like you can never lose trades again. But now you can still play lane unbelievably effectively but you have to be very mindful with your ult usage. So from here on, we still want to play for lane and have the lane convertible to prio for the grabs. But we don't really want to hit the grabs, which he actually understands that he doesn't want to hit grabs, and he also understands that he can like soften up Fizz a bit. Now, I think this type of ult in EQ can be a bit sketchy if the Fizz, if anyone is hovering this. But in general, I mean, he's in a very, very good spot. And now on the next ult in, like you already see the ult in EQ type of trade pattern as well. And now, this is the other one. He's not trying to ult in here. And this is very important. You're not trying to ult in here. But you can, because you have the ult in threat, and you have your EQ, you can actually walk up and try to EQ. And like if Fizz tries to turn on you, you can either ult away, or you can just get the EQ and just like not even have to do anything, because you get the free poke. And if nothing happens, Fizz is just denied these minions. Because he has to make a choice whether to get EQ'd by the Kassadin or miss the wave, right? So this is a lose-lose for the Fizz. And this is why we want to lane. Because we have so many opportunities to actually get an advantage here. And he's doing an amazing job of doing this. Yeah, and now Fizz used his ability reactively, which was the E, to actually dodge the Kassadin EQ, and Kassadin used his ult reactively to walk away. And now it was like a trade where, like, if we use the E a bit more patiently, like in this situation, like, if you use the E a bit more mindfully, you actually can like E through the wave right here, instead of queuing. Because the E will actually not, like it will clear the wave instantly, right? And then you can Q to like take a more extended trade right here. And then you could like Q auto W and then ult away as you need towards your jungler and just like play a much better skirmish, right? So as long as Fizz is rendered useless, you're gonna outscare, right? You're in a very, very good situation to just like play a scaling game, play it slow. You have a Kayn top, you have a Gragas jungle, like you have very good scaling champions. So overall the game is completely fine. But you also have a mega advantage. So this is like a very good lane state. And he's doing a great job of not instantly pushing the wave when there's an objective being taken, because he doesn't have to, right? And this is something that we already see compared to Gold, where, okay, you see an objective, you just push the wave and move to it, right? At this level of play, people already start to be more mindful about this. And you can already see, like, if I can play it slowly and I can interact on these minions, which he's doing an amazing job of, by the way, then I just want to play a slow lane. I just want to play it slow. I just want to get as many points or as many moments of the lane where I can try to interact with the Fizz as possible. Every single moment of interaction will give me an advantage. And he's utilizing this very, very, very well. And so far, like, this lane was, like, actually very, very well played by him. With a few exceptions of, like, the E usage when Fizz was in E and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of these type of Qs that just, like, go onto the Fizz. Because now he doesn't have it available for a potential, like, reactive trade. And I also, the other thing I don't like here is I would really like to play this. I mean, first off, I would really love to play this on Blasting One instead of these weird items. It would just make it much easier to be much more ahead from these type of trades, because we would just do much more damage. And Blasting Mode also makes you more tanky into AP champs because your Q just blocks more, right? So it's not like you just like sacrifice your survivability, right? And yeah, I mean, now we should aim to somehow get a reset, but also just get a good lane state when we come back. Because we start running out of mana, and he also understands that this is actually probably our most vulnerable state in this lane. Because Fizz has ult, Fizz has high threat, we have a lot of gold, very low mana, and we also don't know where Fiddlesticks is, and we have a lot of gold, so it would be very nice for us to reset. Now, ideally, like, you just reset here. Just insta reset, it's fine. Like, it's fine if you leave the wave in a bad state, because you have TP. And because you kept your TP earlier, like now you can get a payout on that by just TPing back in a very good state now. And you can even like get back, like TP back, use your first move to like just get a ward out to like have a side you can lean onto. That way you can stay on the bot side and not really be afraid of fiddle ganks. And then just be able to play this aggressive style of Kassadin into the face. But because he's canceling his base, like now this is a bit awkward, right? Because he has a play that's like much more high percentage, and he could actually get ganked by the Fiddle 6 like any moment now, right? Like, this is where the game gets a bit sketchy, I think. Like I would almost bet like he's gonna get ganked by Fiddle 6 in the next like 5 seconds or something. Like this is the worst possible time for you to not get ganked by Fiddle. You know, like it's so bad. Because now you're just like the moment you ever use ult is GG. And you need to use ult. And yeah, there it is. And because he overstayed his welcome, now his advantage is gone. And this is like a... this is a very good way of seeing like, okay, yeah, we're gonna get fiddle ganked, right? It's always gonna happen. It's always going to happen. Because you're not as strong as you could be. And because you're not as strong as you could be and you're not in a good state, and you don't see Fiddle 6 anywhere else, like, you're the only play. You're the only person that's, like, in a quicksand situation. Like, you're the play. So you could just have resetted, spend your gold, get your items, in a game where, again, like, magic resist, like, just sitting on a null magic mantle, like, both Fizz and Fiddle 6 will rush some magic pen, right? Like, they will both get, like, magic pen boots and stuff like that. Just sitting on one null magic is insanely broken. Mercs will later be insanely broken as well. They have like Ash, they have like Fizz Fiddle 6. No reason not to play for your strengths, which is when you don't have mana, you don't have trading power, you can't bully the Fizz anymore. You just want to reset, spend your gold, get to your blasting wand. And now the game is free. Instead, we end up losing the entire advantage that we built. And yeah, I mean, now Fizz will deny a wave, and yeah, there goes the advantage. Because now we're just down a wave of XP. And yeah, I mean, this is why we can also... Yeah, I mean that's the only play, right? Like, we just had to reset when we're weak. When you sense you're weak, when you have no mana, when you need to, like... When you can't apply as much pressure as you would like to, that's when you have to kind of get out of that lane state. If a reset actually, like, changes how your lane state is going, and in this state, like, if you just reset, your lane state will go up like this. This is your advantage as you gain advantage, right? While the enemy Fizz is going down, like, he's going like this, right? But instead of resetting, you can also just, like go like this, you know? So this reset would have been, like, such a game-winning play. So just go for it. Like, why not? Your advantage will be so much bigger from it. And yeah, we get a very nice ward. I mean, we can still go for trades, by the way. Like these are good trades. Again, we should ideally utilize as much of the reactive Q as possible. And also, ideally, we want to... Yeah, he actually put the second point into Q, so I wanted to mention that. That's good. If he uses it reactively, it blocks 150 damage. Which he could actually kinda use right now. Especially in this type of volatile matchups. It's actually insanely valuable. And also the other thing is, we should also be running sudden impact, like, almost always. It's such a massive advantage, especially in matchups where you're just, like, trying to get an advantage through the trading. Like, it could actually be a game changer entirely. And again, we want to take a reset, we don't want to be weak in lane, we can be actually dived very easily by the Fiddle 6. And, like, Fiddle staying here already is a sign that we're probably gonna get ganked soon. If we're not backing, so... And also, this is criminal behavior. Like, this is really bad. Like, this is prime way... Like, this is why this guy is Platinum and not Emerald, by the way. This type of play is literally why he's Platinum. Like, there is no way Fiddle is not here, by the way, ulting in, like, 2 seconds. Like, he's literally here with... Okay, wait, look at this, look at this. Like, he has to be there ulting, by the way. Look at Fizz's positioning, look at this. Like Fiddle is here. Okay, no, he's here, he's here. But he's literally like he's literally here, like right next to the Fizz. You can tell, 100%. By the way of like how Fizz is acting here. And yeah, I mean, Fizz has to flash here. But yeah, I mean, this is not a good play. Like, you should have been basing, you should have eaten this wave yourself. And then you could have cryo for the grubs. And now, when the grubs are actually up and there's a fight happening, you would be here and you would be strong and you would be available. And this is what I meant by timing your strength with important moments of the game. And this is also just like, I mean, we're gonna kind of talk about the same fundamentals because you just have to get better at them and you have to get more consistent at them. But yeah, you just really need to learn how to like you already see like platinum players have much better trading, like much better understanding of like how to like when to play lane and when to play like roams. They play much more to Kassadin's identity, but they still don't really align their resets with like, let's say, an objective. They still don't align their gameplay with like more holistic stuff. And that's what we see here. Like, you don't really align your reset with like, okay, I can be a target by the Fiddle 6, right? Like Fiddle is hitting 6, he's gonna look for a play. The Kassadin is there with 0 mana, of course I'm gonna kill him, right? We're not aligning like ourselves with anything. There's gonna be a fight on the top side, like, we should not be in a position where we are the target. And in this entire like sequence here after this this trade, like we need to get out of this because Fiddlesticks is getting his ult back soon. Fizz is getting strong, and now we're gonna be the target soon. And we don't want that. We want to be like, okay, Gragas is full clear. Like, we want to let Gragas eat his camps actually. Get to the top side, get to the grubbies, which are spawning in like 20 seconds or something. And by that time, we want to be back on the map with full HP, with lane prio, with some deep wards out before the Fizz comes back, and then we just literally win the game. It's so simple. We just eat this wave. Literally, like, we get the raw from this one, and then we're smiling. Yeah. And that's how you can win this game. Very smoothly and very easily. And yeah, I mean, the game didn't have to be as hard as it became from like... Or at least, this is a position where the game could have become way harder than it did. Because this could have been like a bad moment. It's just luck at this point that it worked out, you know? Because this, we did not contribute to this at all. Like, this could have been the worst play of all time. And it could have been the best play of all time. But yeah, I mean... yeah. Yeah, I mean, Fizz didn't get anything from it, it's kind of whatever. Like, now, the game is a bit different. Like, now it's... I mean, it's just free, it's just unlosable. But we have to be, like, we still have to be mega mindful about where Fiddlesticks is, because if you look at the map, like, there's no other play. Like, bot lane is, like, crashed, okay, our bot lane died. Poppy is probably resetting on the top side somewhere. You know, my top lane reset. And I'm hitting tower. Like, Fiddle is either here or here right now, by the way. And he's gonna ult Kassadin in like 5 seconds, less. Okay, no, he's in base. Okay, he's not there yet. Actually, he's not there yet. But there's no way he's not gonna walk there. If he tries to hit the next wave, then he's gonna die. Okay, actually he was dead for a longer time, my bad. Yeah, that's actually my bad. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, so again, this is horrible. Like, this is really bad. Okay, so first off, this is when optimization and efficiency comes into play, right? So what we should do here is, I mean, first off, we should play some deep vision so we can lean like at least one of the sides. I would ideally want to ward this, because I want to play towards the grubbies, and I want to have some vision around this side. You can even go here, ward this, ult over this wall, then you're completely fine, you are invincible, right? And just like play the next wave. and this will give you enough information on Fiddlesticks. But you can also ward here. I mean, that's also completely fine. And then that also covers this entrance. And those are like pretty good wards in general. But yeah, you just want a side you can play onto. And you also want to play the next wave in a neutral position. Because right now, we have the opportunity to like, okay, we can eat the wave. Okay, like you can either eat the wave like incredibly fast, if you know like Fiddle is not here, but you need the ward for that. Or you just want this wave to be in a neutral position. Or if you cannot get it into a neutral position, I think you have to accept reality that you actually can't push this. But these ults, like this ult hits like nothing, you know? You already used your E in a very lazy way as well. Like now you're just not gonna be able to clear this. And if you try, it's gonna be... Like then you have to ult it again. Like back there. Like you could ult it again, like you can ult here. You can ult here. And now you can ult it again. Like now. Just ult it again. Insta clear it. And just walk away. That's something you can do. But yeah, I mean even now like it's just kind of scuffed. And losing HP just before the objective fight is a very, very bad thing. It's like really, really bad. It's not bad as in like it's not bad in this exact position. But the fact that it can even happen tells me that there's zero alignment in this Kassadin player's mind between playing that singular wave and then moving to this objective. And that's what's telling me that there's a problem here. Not the actual, like, the trade itself, sure, like, you're gonna play the fight with 100 less HP. Like, that's not gonna break the bank. It's not gonna, like, kill you. It's not gonna make you, like, 700 LP lower or whatever it is, right? But the fact that it can happen means that you're missing, like, a brain circuit, you know? You're missing, like, a thought. You're missing a thought process that would make you be as strong as possible for the fight. Yeah, but it's not even just small mistakes adding up. It's a mistake of you missing an entire thought process. Which, if you have the thought process, then this kind of mistake can never happen. And the fact that it can happen means that you don't have high enough standards to climb. And that standard that you need to raise there is the learning that you can get out of this, right? And that's why this is important to highlight, because you playing this fight on 100 less HP doesn't change anything, but the fact that you're, like, allowing yourself to lose 100 HP before a big fight tells me that you're not aligned with being as strong for the fight as possible. Like, that tells me that you're actually, like, you're allowing this type of mistake to happen in your gameplay, so it happens every fucking time. Or at least happens every fucking game, like, once or twice, because you don't care about it enough to not, like, to have high enough standards to not do it. And you, like, it's not a bad thing. Like, it's not a bad thing as in, like, you're not a bad person for not doing this, right? It's more so just, like, because you're not aware of this being a problem in your gameplay, you're allowing it to happen. And if I thought, like, if you change this one thing, it would actually increase your gameplay by so much that by understanding this, your gameplay would completely skyrocket. But that would also make you a completely different player, because then you have high enough standards to align yourself with an objective. That would mean that you're thinking about the objective as well, and that would make your gameplay like much higher level in general. I hope that makes sense. Then yeah, I mean, we get a very nice skirmish. Like, I don't doubt this guy has like very good champion mastery, like his like millions of points on Kassadin, so yeah. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, and now it's just, yeah, pretty good. Getting a lot of stuff. Good skirmishes. Now, again, this is also the point where, okay, bot lane swaps out. We should get to this lane as smooth as possible. This is another very important concept in Platinum Plus. So this is a Platinum concept, okay? You want the bot lane to mid lane transition, like this lane swap, to be as smooth as possible. So like, even though you might not eat this wave right now, you're eating this wave anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter that you're going to bot lane right now. But you have to make this swap as soon as possible, because if you don't make this swap, What's gonna happen, this wave is gonna be lost. This wave you're gonna share with your bot lane anyways. And like now you're just off tempo and the Fizz gets an actual like full move from it. And this is really, really bad. And this is such a sloppy mistake as well, because you see the like Lucian already roaming up, you see the bot tower is not there yet. Like you even see Fizz here. You even see the Ashe Alistar here already. You need to be bot lane. You need to swap up the lane assignments. And if you don't do this, it's gonna be bad. Like it's already kinda bad. And yeah, I think at this point, I mean, Fizz just got a wave with like 5 waves of murder. You know? Or like not 5 waves of murder, but like 2 waves of murder, you know? The Fizz that we can literally stomp on every single minion. And this is allowed to happen. And this is when we kind of lose the plot. Because at this point we could actually just keep stomping the Fizz. Make sure that we're always matching him, because we can stomp him. We can just gather an advantage over time. We can just deny him from ever getting a good reset. And suddenly the map is ours. Because I as Kassadin will always have an advantage. And it's just so easy to play. And now it's, yeah. Sure, we get the Drake. But it's not the Drake that's gonna win us this game. It's your strength as Kassadin. It's your strength in trading. It's your strength in like side lane. And that's what the main objective is. And we already gave like a kill when the mid happened, which was really, really bad. And now we like, okay, we don't even push outside very deep because we can't really do that anymore. But if we insta-rotated, we would have pushed out the lane, got the reset that we just got. I mean, we didn't really even have the goal to like get any, I mean, he could have gotten the last chapter. But then, like, we would be in such an amazing position to just win the game. Because now we would be in lane with like full HP and everything when the Fizz is here. Because now, like, now he just needs to recall again and it's just like kind of mismatched. And we can play sides incredibly well with 6 grubs as well. Like, it's the easiest side lane game of your life. So this is, yeah, this is awesome. Look at this. But how does the Fizz will ever play this? Like, how can he ever play this game? It's not possible. It's over. Fizz is just doomed. And yeah, I mean, we can just keep playing these waves pretty good. We just get to the items and the game is so easy. And yeah. And now Fizz is getting every wave. Again, because we need to reset. Because we're out of mana. Like, when we push this is fine to give this, but we have to insta-reset. This is, again, going back to the efficiency, right? We already, like, there's no way we can do anything here. Like, come on. But we even have TP, so it's completely fine. Take a reset, you know. We have the Seraph already. Like, just go back home. Buy the item. Get paid, you know. You have like 100 more AP in base. Like, why not go for it? It's so much easier. And then the thing is, by the time you're back in lane, if you do this fast, you can actually like not even necessarily contest on this wave, but you can go hover mid on that wave and then like contest the next one. Then that's completely fine. And that's gonna win the game for you, because now like you sitting here on this wave, you still have to take that reset. But now you're gonna be 1 wave late. And now on the next wave you can't walk up either. So now you can't really punish on this wave. And now you can't really punish on the next wave either. Like, okay, sure, you take the tower, but you would have taken it anyways. Now you just got the items that you would have bought anyways. Like, your base doesn't really improve from this. You get like extra 300 gold. You buy the worst boots in the game. Kind of unlucky. And then yeah, I mean, we got back to mid lane. And we make a solo play for no reason. Which, like, he plays it much better than the other players that we watched so far. But again, this is a solo play for no reason at all. We just need to play through side lane. I can't... Like, this is the... Like, this is... Just have the default response. Get back to the side lane. push the wave first. Like, you can push this wave, you can push this wave. There's 2 waves you can eat right now. Like, you can eat this wave and this wave. You eat both of these. And then flank this. And if nobody notices you, you push another one. And if they still try to siege, a useless siege, like look at how much wave clear you have. You have Lucian Wood, Gragas Q, Gragas like everything, spaceship. 0 objectives on the map. This is awesome, you get free paid, solo gold, solo XP. You can't lose the game anymore, it's impossible. Also, you always have to get mercs in this game because they have Fiddlesticks. And Ashe and Fizz. Like, this is the easiest merc game of all time. You get mercs and you won already. But yeah, I mean, this is yeah, this is quite a difficult situation from here, because now, like, you making this play as Kassadin is just over. Like, you just made the game infinite times harder. For no reason. You could have just continued playing bot lane, playing side lane, play to your strengths. You're the main carry, you're the main win condition. Play to your strengths. Your strength is side laning, flanking fights, playing tempo, staying healthy on the map. Yeah, that's it. And when you have level 16, which you get to by going to the side lane, building a strength, you solo kill Fizz every time he shows up on your map. Like, he's not like a champion against you anymore. You don't have to do anything crazy. You just stick to the side lane and you just win. So this is why, like, you know, there's a lot of mistakes you can make. And this is a very good example of like a platinum mistake where you already have a very good understanding of your champion and your laning is very good. Your understanding of like how to trade and how to use your abilities is actually very good now. But you miss efficiencies, you miss recall opportunities, and you miss the point of like, and you also get distracted. And you shouldn't get distracted from your game plan, and you should stay poised that going to the side lane and playing that type of game actually will win you the game. But it won't win you the game if you do it inefficiently, and it won't win you the game if you get distracted halfway and go for a solo play. And that's how you lose the game, from a winning position. And this game, like, I think this is the game that ends up being like the weirdest game of all time. Yeah, it just ends up being like it just ends up with like 2-3 and like 14 assists or something. Because like now, like, okay, sure, like now the game is just hard to play, and he goes Banshees. Well, if he goes Mercs, he doesn't have to go Banshees, then he could just go like another item. And just like aim to kill the Ashe. Because now, like, when you get to the late game of this game, you just have to get the main carry from the enemy team. Like, that's your job. You have to one-shot the Ashe. How do you do it? You use your flash. You use your flash, you use your champions on your team to create some space for you. And you also use your tenacity to be safe from Fiddle Fear, which will point-click fear you whenever you try to go on the Ashe. And that's how you win this game. Very easy. But it's very hard if you're not aware of how you win the game. By the way, guys, I have to end the stream after this game because my throat is like fucking killing me now. And like, I've been non-stop talking for like 4.5 hours almost about like Kassadin VODs, and yeah, my throat is just hurting now. So yeah, I will have to stop it after this one. But we will continue tomorrow, and we will get to Challenger together. We can do that. But yeah, if we were to translate this game, I'm out of mana, true. Yeah, so if we were to translate this game into learning objectives, I would tell this guy to actually, you have a beautiful laning phase. You have a very good understanding of how to play a winning position, but you have to take the resets whenever your winning position is not strong enough anymore. This is the same thing, like in Iron, the strong enough, but like when you have to get out of the lane, looked like you have the worst disadvantage on the planet. You have to reset immediately or you're literally dead. In Bronze, it looked like, okay, you have a big disadvantage, you should probably take a reset. In Silver, it's like, you have a disadvantage, you should probably take a reset. In Gold, it's like, you're not strong enough, you should probably take a reset. In Platinum, you could be stronger, you should take a reset. And it's just gonna be more and more like that. When are you starting tomorrow? I think around the same time. For me, that's like like midnight Central European-ish, something like that. I think it's gonna be like midnight to like 1 a.m. or something like that. But you can also just follow the stream. You can also message me on Discord if you have like your VOD or whatever. Also, I think most of my viewers are generally in the like Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master category. So if you guys are in that category and you have a VOD and you would like to have that reviewed, if you have a VOD that's like, that's POV, that would be the most wonderful, because then we can just look at a POV VOD and I mean, that's so much better because we can also see like the clicks, we can see like the decision making on the camera itself. So that's like, that would be like a level even better. When we get into the very higher elos like Master, GM, I'm gonna look for like VODs that were played on stream as well, so that we can actually get some gameplay like that. But yeah, it's yeah, this game, just play to Kassadin's strengths. Play to your reference points, play the side lane, get strong, play around your power spikes, and play with your team. Like, don't make solo plays, please. Guys, do not make solo plays. Got no POV, but I solo lose the game and I don't know how to improve on it. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Send me your OPGG, and also just like feel free to like add me on Discord. It's Aledos on Discord as well. Like this, you can add me on Discord. Like this. And yeah, yeah. So yeah, this game is very much that. Very good laning phase. I think overall this was by far the best laning phase we've seen. We saw like very good utilization of like trade patterns. We saw very good utilization of like, okay, we're strong, so let's milk it. But we missed a lot of recall opportunities, and we also missed the point of like, yeah, this game is on us to actually translate true Kassadin strengths into a victory. And this was this game specifically. Now, if any one of you guys are interested in coaching from me, you can visit my website. This is the the self-plug at the end of the 4-hour stream. You can visit my website at this link for if you want to be working with me very closely and like more like a mentorship. And if you want to get more like a general coaching, like not super intense, but like still want to get sessions with me and you still want to like work with me together, then this link is a more cheaper alternative where I can still do sessions with you, but I'm not gonna be there every single day for like to like hold your hand basically. But both of them are a very good place to like get coaching from me, and if you guys are interested, I'm always gonna be here. And yeah, I will be here tomorrow, probably with a better voice because my voice is like kind of dying right now. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed and hope you had something you could take away from it. And yeah, tomorrow I will also be here providing some value wherever I can. And yeah, let's get it. Tomorrow we do like the higher elos, and we will do some. There's gonna be. I wanted, you know, guys. Actually, I wanted to make my content about like how to climb from diamond to challenger, and that's what I wanted to make my content about. So there's gonna be so much stuff we can talk about in the higher elos. That's gonna be amazing, and there's so much stuff people don't talk about, by the way. It's so crazy. There's so much stuff that's just not talked about. But yeah, it's gonna be awesome. And yeah, for anyone who missed at the start and you want to look at the iron, bronze, silver sections, or like gold, platinum, it's gonna be up on my YouTube probably in a few days. And it's also gonna be, I mean, and the stream VODs are available, so you can always just look at the VODs and look back at it. But yeah, I wish you all a good one, and I'll see you around. Bye bye.